Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Alle rijkdom van de wereld van hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. The consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk.
There's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need. At the point where all your clouds meet and share. But also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi.
There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi.
I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor, but we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss-connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hi guys, and welcome to Cisco Live and this Master Series class on AI and machine learning. My name is Robert Barton, and I'm a distinguished architect with Cisco, obviously working in the area of AI and machine learning. So today we're going to talk a little bit about this technology, we're going to demystify it a bit for you, and we're going to talk about what is Cisco doing in this space and making it so interesting, worth talking about. Well, I think we're in the city of Barcelona here at Cisco Live, and when we go to the most famous street of Barcelona, it's La Rambla, and at the bottom of La Rambla is this statue of Christopher Columbus. Now, in the year 1492, we all know the story, he left for his voyage of discovery, he went to the New World. A year later, in March of 1493, he came back here to the port of Barcelona. He was met by the King and Queen of Spain, and he started to tell his stories about what he had discovered. And without a doubt, this was the most disruptive event of the 15th century, probably of the entire millennia. Think of all the changes that happened because of this voyage of discovery. Well, Christopher Columbus and the King and Queen of Spain, probably all the people that had met him, really had no idea the impact that this discovery was going to have, and yet it changed the world. Well, today we're seeing a similar type of disruption, and that is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone has an opinion on it. Most people don't really understand it. They can only basically tell you some ideas about it, maybe some from the movies, but they really don't know much about it. But it really is something that is going to change the world, and it is already doing so to many, many companies. In fact, it's hard to think of a company or an industry that is not being disrupted by artificial intelligence. Sometimes friends will get around to the coffee shop and say, name a company, name an industry that is not being affected by AI. Even traditional ones like the taxi companies. These are disrupted by Lyft and Uber. The video services companies being disrupted by Netflix and other types of online video services. They're AI engines that are really changing the way we interact with each other, with products, the way we talk to customers, and Cisco is no exception. We see this list of products here, it's just a sampling of the area where Cisco is using AI, both for our own intelligence and for our own products to make them better, but also to serve our customers better and support their machine learning workloads. If we look at the 4 fundamental pillars of Cisco's strategy, one is about our applications and the networks we run them on, securing our data, transforming our infrastructure, and finally empowering our teams through things like communications and WebEx. These are the 4 fundamental things that drive all the product development at Cisco, and every single one of them actually has a lot of AI built into it. It's hard to even think of a Cisco product now that doesn't have some relation to AI, either using the data from the network to make the network smarter, or again, helping our customers with their AI problems. So let's talk about what this means. What exactly is AI and machine learning? We'll just take a few minutes to describe it, and we'll maybe take away some of the complexity. And then we're going to explore exactly how Cisco is using this in a few major product areas and categories. So we've heard about machine learning. Machine learning is about taking data, training algorithms, and helping them to make decisions without being explicitly programmed. That's what machine learning is all about. But actually, it's part of a bigger world called artificial intelligence. So we'll use these expressions almost interchangeably, AI and ML. Well, they're very related, but they're actually a little bit different. So just like when a human has to learn something before they can do it, a certain task, whether it's something like riding a bicycle, you have to learn first before you can really do it well. Well, it's the same with computers. You have to learn and be trained to do something before you can go and do it. So that's the difference between machine learning, is you learn first based on historical data and training data, and then you go and you execute it in the wild. That is true artificial intelligence. There's a special class of machine learning that gets a lot of attention in the media called deep learning. We say deep because it's very, very deep and important, but it's actually just a class of machine learning that does some very, very cool things. It gets the attention because it makes machine learning much, much faster than it ever has been in the past. And even though machine learning as a science has been around since the 1940s, deep learning is solving problems and letting us do things that were just never possible before. So it gets all the attention. In fact, we at Cisco are using deep learning, also called neural networks, in many, many different product categories. And I'm going to show you some examples of these in just a few minutes. Well, let's just take a little bit of a snapshot. What some of these main methods of machine learning are. We'll just look at 3 of them and help you understand where we would apply these types of different algorithms and what sort of problems they're able to solve. The first major class of machine learning is called supervised learning. This is when you have a lot of training data, a lot of historical data, and you use it to train an algorithm so that it can predict something that it's never seen before. Now, in the world of machine learning, data scientists, they love to use examples of pictures of animals, and for some reason they love cats and dogs. So let's say we take lots of pictures of cats and pictures of dogs and other animals, and we label them, this is a cat or this is a dog, and we give thousands upon thousands of pictures to our algorithm. Eventually, by looking at the pixels and the formation of the pixels, it gets trained so that one day when we show it a new picture that it's never seen before, it can tell us it's a cat or a dog. So we typically call this an A to B mapping. And again, it's based on historical data. And the more training data you can give to an algorithm, usually the better it gets. So you need a lot of data to make this effective. In fact, we often will say that data is the rocket fuel for machine learning. If you don't have a lot of data, it's hard to train those algorithms to make them useful. So keep that in mind as we go through our discussion today. The second class of machine learning is called unsupervised. So the first one was supervised based on historical data, and we're leading to a particular mapping. Whereas unsupervised learning, we're not really leading to a mapping. We just have a big jumble data, a collection of data points. We really don't know what it means, but there's a hidden pattern in there somewhere. Well, it's very hard for the human eye to pick out patterns that are in very high number of dimensions. If you're looking at 4 to 5 dimensions, even 500 or 1,000 dimensions, how can a human look at all the patterns and really understand it? Well, there's value in that data, but machines are really good at finding what those patterns are that are just unseen to the human eye. Well, that's what unsupervised learning is all about. Finding what the patterns are, finding where the cluster boundaries are, and very importantly, as we'll see in the world of security, figuring out where the outliers are. The thing that just sticks out like a sore thumb that just shouldn't be there, the anomaly, that's what unsupervised learning is really, really good at. So think of it as a way to look at patterns and understanding the boundaries of where those patterns are, as opposed to supervised learning where we're actually trying to predict something or map one thing to the next. Now, that third class I want to talk about is deep learning. And this is a very, very important one because it's able to solve problems that we just couldn't do before. Now, deep learning uses this idea of layers, where you have an input layer and the output leads to another layer. And at each layer, there's little things called neurons. And the idea is that this type of machine learning mimics as close as possible to the way that humans think, or so we theorize. Probably we don't think exactly like this, or the brain doesn't work exactly like this, but this is a general concept of perhaps how we can display in a computer mechanism the way the brain is functioning. And the idea is, when you make a decision, you have a series of inputs. And these inputs have certain weights. So, for example, you're going to go on vacation next summer. Where are you going to go? Well, you have certain criteria, like how much it's going to cost, how far you're going to travel, how many days off work you have. These are parameters or input variables, and you give a weighting to each of these. Now, you multiply your input weight by the variable value, and then you lead it from one decision criteria to the next, and eventually you lead to an output. Now, the value of deep learning is that it lets you do a lot of this computation in parallel. So it means you can come to your result very, very quickly. And deep learning allows us to do things like natural language processing, where a computer can understand your speech and you can translate it for things like Alexa and Siri and Hey Google. All these capabilities are because of deep learning. Or computer vision, where you can identify an object or a human face and you can identify what they're doing. That's all because of deep learning. So think about it as breaking this complex job of machine learning into a lot of little small ones and processing them in parallel. So is this supervised learning or unsupervised learning? Well, it can actually do both. It has that kind of flexibility and power, which has really made it one of the most popular types of machine learning today. Okay, so the stage is set. Those are the types of technology we're dealing with, the type of algorithms involved. Let's explore how Cisco is using them. So I want to start in the data center because that's where we start to process all that data. Now, an important concept to understand is what's the difference between a CPU and a GPU? Well, I think we all know what a CPU is. That's the processor that goes in our computers, in our phones. We use them almost everywhere. It's like the Swiss Army knife of computing. It can do almost everything. Because it's a reduced instruction set type of architecture, it's really very, very flexible. Now, a GPU, or a graphics processing unit, is a bit different. It's a specialized type of processor. The GPU was actually invented for the video game industry by NVIDIA in the late 1990s, very specifically for pixel manipulation to accelerate video graphics in games. Well, it turns out GPUs are very, very powerful when it comes to machine learning. So they're not like the CPU that's the Swiss Army knife. Think of them more of the specialized instrument that a surgeon might use. Now, if you were going in for an operation and you were lying there on the table and they're going to do some surgery on you, and the surgeon walked in with a Swiss Army knife and he was ready to start surgery on your body, I think you'd be running for the door. This guy is not using the specialized instruments. No, he's not even trained to be doing this. Well, in the world of AI machine learning, primarily we use GPUs because they're specialized for that task. So if we try CPUs, they would work, but they're really not optimized and they won't be that fast for this type of operation. So GPUs are really the central thing for machine learning. Well, what is it about the GPU that makes them so useful? It's their ability to do parallel processing. So whereas a CPU might have a couple of cores, you might have a dozen cores even on a fairly powerful CPU, the GPU, by contrast, has hundreds, if not thousands of cores that let you process a whole bunch of things all at the same time. Now, do you remember in deep learning, we have lots of these input variables and we have lots of layers? In real machine learning networks where we're looking at images, for example, in self-driving cars or language processing, you could have thousands of input variables. If you were to do that in a CPU and look at each variable one by one by one, it would take a very, very long time to process that, probably not even making it very useful. Now, a GPU can process a whole bunch of them all at the same time. So imagine a different core inside of this GPU having a different input variable or a neuron in that deep learning network, and it processes it all in one clock cycle. That's the power of the GPU, and that's why we want to use it in a lot of these types of machine learning jobs. Now, is the GPU the right type of tool to use for a serialized task, something that doesn't need a lot of parallel processing? Well, of course not. You would not use a GPU for that. You want to use the right tool for the right job. That's one of the key aspects of any type of technology. Well, let's take an example for image analysis. So here we have multiple layers. We look at 4 input layers into our deep learning network. We have these things in the middle called hidden layers. These are the middle processing layers where the output of one leads to the input of the next. Now, if we apply this to image analysis, perhaps we're just starting with a picture of a face. Well, the first layer is looking at the edges. So where are the dark to light edges of this particular image of the person? The next layer, we look at objects like the ear, the nose, the mouth, aspects of the face that tell us features exactly what we're looking at. The next we get more and more refined, and as we go through these layers, we can very quickly get to a definition that this is a human. We can even identify who that is, perhaps even more details about them, like their emotion based on the facial expressions that they're making. Now, in this diagram, we're only showing 2 internal or hidden layers. In reality, it's going to have a lot more. But this is a very useful aspect of parallel computing because I can do all these pixels, one after the next, one does not relate to the next, and I can get to my output, and allows me to get a result from this A to B mapping. Now, just as a little anecdote, some time ago, at the Google data center, they thought, this whole deep learning thing, this is a really great tool to do image recognition. And this was one of the first examples. They said, let's build a cat detector. And again, data scientists love to find images of animals and to map them. It's sort of a subculture in the world of AI for some reason, but you'll find a lot in this space. So at the Google data center, they built this cat detector, and they built it with over 1,000 servers, with 16 cores each, so 16,000 cores, looking at all these pictures of animals. The estimated cost of this infrastructure was the minimum $1 million US, probably was much, much higher, but the cost of the powering of these servers in the data center, it was huge. 600 kilowatts of power being required for these 1,000 servers. that's a very expensive cat detector. Why would anybody build such a thing? Well, of course, this was a scientific experiment. But then the researchers over at Stanford's AI lab got hold of some GPUs and they said, well, there's probably a much, much better way to do this because we don't need the heavy lift computing of a CPU. All we need to do is a very simple matrix operation in these little cores of the GPU, and we can do this whole thing in parallel. So over at Stanford, they got just 3 servers with a total of 18,000 cores because of their GPUs. Only cost them $20,000, and they did the exact same thing. Well, the good news is that everyone can build their own cat detector now, almost for no cost, because we have these types of things on the market that are very, very inexpensive. This just shows you the power of the GPU when it comes to AI and machine learning. So what is Cisco doing in this space? Well, the leaders in the GPU space are, of course, the processor companies like NVIDIA. They lead in this space. Cisco has partnered with NVIDIA. In fact, what we see here is the UCS 480ML. So this is a server that's stacked with NVIDIA Tesla V600 or V100 GPUs. This one server has over 5,000 cores in it. It's meant to do a lot of parallel processing. So if you have to do image analysis, speech recognition, noise cancellation, any of these type of typical machine learning, deep learning type of projects, this is the server you would buy. You would not buy this server for just a regular off-the-shelf application. This is very, very specifically built for the world of AI and deep learning. So this is an example of a product we build to help our customers with their AI projects. And of course, we have to partner with companies like NVIDIA because Cisco doesn't design these types of processors. There's other companies as well that build processors like Intel and AMD, and even Google has processors they have built very specifically called tensor processing units. So we'll see a lot of this developed as we go forward, but again, it has to be a very specialized server. Well, what about in the campus? What about in enterprise networking? What is Cisco doing in this space? Well, we announced last year something called DNA analytics. When you think about machine learning, uses data like rocket fuel. This is what fires the algorithms. It lets it predict the certain events as they occur. It does these mappings of A to B. It finds these cluster boundaries, these anomalies. Well, you need a lot of data to be able to do that. When we look at the network, it generates an amazing amount of data about itself. This is not the data you just pass through the network. This is the data that the network is generating from telemetry, whether it's syslogs, or it's SNMP data, or it's NetFlow data, or it's firewall logs. These are events that the network is recording about itself. Well, no one's really looked at all this data holistically and started to apply deep learning techniques to these types of data. But what if we could? What if we could start to collect data from our own network and then compare that with everyone else's network? What if we had a way to look at every big network around the world and start to collect this together and start to see what makes the network perform well, under what conditions does it start to fail, a wireless network, when do people start to lose connectivity? This is a very classic machine learning type of problem. When we look to things like the automotive industry, they've been doing this for a long time. The robots and the machines that are on the production line, they collect data from those machines so they can predict when that machine is going to fail or when a part is going to break. Well, we can do the same thing in the network now with DNA analytics. It lets us do different types of machine learning to do root cause analysis, do predictive maintenance when part of the network is about to fail for some other reason, and it tells us even when our performance is suboptimal. This was a project called Kairos, and the intent of Kairos is to build a cloud data repository that pulls in data from our customer networks all over the world. So as customers start to deploy DNA Center, they generate data about their networks. The Kairos cloud allows us to pull this data and anonymize it. So we don't see anything that's unique to the customer. We don't even see their IP addresses. We just collect metadata about what's going on and the performance of that network. Now, as we start to collect this network data, we apply it to machine learning models. We train those models to understand the behavior of that network. And under all these input variables, what's making a certain network perform well and a different one perform poorly. And we start to get a clean idea of how networks will behave with all these different environmental variables at play. So let's take an example of how Kairos works. So let's say you have an issue with your wireless network and for some reason performance is just not good. Everyone is saying your Wi-Fi is terrible, let's call Cisco TAC. And what's Cisco TAC going to tell you? Okay, Mr. Customer, I'm sorry, you have to go do a site survey again. And you say, no, I've done a site survey. I am telling you, a site survey is not the problem. I'm still having wireless performance issues. People are taking a long time to connect. Their performance is terrible. Well, site survey is not going to necessarily help you with performance issues. There could be a lot of things at play. You could have some type of collision issues. You could have contention issues on the wireless domain. There could be quality of service issues. Who knows? It could be a million different variables. But what if you apply DNA analytics and you apply these machine learning models? Could you tell what the root cause of that problem is and perhaps even warn the customer as it starts to occur and before it becomes an issue and is apparent to all of those users? Well, that's exactly what DNA analytics is all about. So take this example here of some analytics that DNA Center has given to us. So you see this top band, we see this green band that fluctuates up and down. Well, this is given to us through a machine learning model. Based on all the data that we're getting from the environment, from the wireless access points, from the controller, from just the number of clients that are on, the type of applications they're using, and measuring their performance, we can come up with an estimation of what the predicted performance of that network should be under those conditions. This is a predictive algorithm that is the output of a machine learning tool. And primarily, this is a regression technique that uses deep learning. So we see what the predicted band here, this green band up and down. Now, do you see that little line that's going through this green band? That's what our actual performance is. Now, at some point, the line goes underneath the green band. It tells us that you have worse performance than you would expect with these type of environmental variables. Based on the conditions we see your performance is dipping below. Other times, it looks normal, it's right in the middle of the green band as we would expect, but we're really interested to know, why did it dip below? Why is our performance poor under certain conditions? Well, that's where we need to do some root cause analysis. So first we're using regression and deep learning techniques to understand the expected behavior of our network. Now we compare it to what we're actually seeing, and then we start to look for anomalies. We start to use some unsupervised learning techniques to actually understand where are the anomalies? Where are those outliers that are just shouldn't be there? They're performing for some reason in a poor way. Now, here we see different examples of signal strength, of signal to noise ratio, and very quickly in that little band we see in the middle, we can see where things have dipped down, and we can identify quickly it's a signal strength issue. So very quickly we're using data now in a powerful way to help us understand the actual performance of our network. Let's look at a third area where AI machine learning are being used a lot at Cisco, and that is in the world of collaboration. When we think about collaboration, we think about WebEx and telepresence suites and these immersive rooms. These are using computer vision. Computer vision is a field where we're using deep learning to look at objects, to identify what they are, to understand what is being said in some cases. We can even talk to our WebEx boards and communicate with them like you would with Siri, Alexa, Google, these types of things. We can now do the same thing with WebEx. And there's a host of capabilities in most of our WebEx and telepresence systems. Well, what enables this? Do you remember the technology? It's the GPU. Without the GPU, you cannot easily do computer vision, natural language processing, and these types of capabilities. So every Cisco WebEx board has one of these GPUs built into it. This is the Jetson GPU built by NVIDIA. It's the same type of GPU that gets put into self-driving cars, autonomous vehicles, and it lets us do a tremendous number of interesting capabilities. Now, here's an interesting one. Have you ever been on a conference call when people have a lot of background noise, perhaps an ambulance goes by or a fire truck, or perhaps people are typing on their keyboard and they forgot to put themselves on mute? That's one of the most irritating things to me. Tap, 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 tap. And you're just like, who is the person that's typing on their computer? Can we just mute that person? Well, wouldn't it be nice if the AI system in that conference could detect that? Could see that this is one of those anomalous noises we just don't want to have on our system, or if there was a barking dog or some type of disruptive noise that's common, that's well known, and we could just cancel it out. Well, this is again where we're using AI. Now, do you remember we talked about image recognition is something we use deep learning for, to identify images, to identify exactly what it is? Well, when we look at spectrograms of sound, we can display these as images as well. So for example, the pattern of a human speaking is very different from a dog barking, or a siren of an ambulance, a fire truck, or a police car, or the tap, 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 tap of the keyboard. It has a certain cadence that identifies it uniquely as that type of a sound. So at Cisco, what we do is we train our WebEx system in our engineering. We know what these types of sounds are. We classify it with thousands of samples of dogs barking, of sirens, and we put that into the system and we do detection of it. And we detect it through a deep learning network. And what do we do when we hear that or detect that type of sound? Well, we send out a cancellation noise that will prevent that from being sent across the WebEx, across the conference call, so other people are not disturbed by that particular sound. It's a very, very useful application of deep learning embedded directly into our collaboration tools. Well, another capability is identification of the people on the video conference. Have you ever been on a video conference and there's these other people in the room and you know you recognize these people, but you just wish someone would introduce themselves so you could attach a name to the face? Well, this is a very common problem. You're not alone. We've all experienced that. With AI face recognition in our WebEx system, we're actually able to look into the directory, and we've actually deployed this at Cisco using our own directory system and the images of people's faces. So when you're on the WebEx, it will actually show the name of the person below their face, and you know exactly who it is that you're talking to. Of course, I'm not sure if it's been tested for people who are twins and look extremely similar. They might get it wrong in certain cases, but AI is pretty good. It can detect even micro differences between people that's hard for the human eye to pick up, but an AI system with computer vision, especially when it's in HD, is able to pick up these differences, and you can tell who you're speaking to, and you don't need that formal introduction and hopefully not embarrassing yourself. Well, computer vision is a fascinating subject, and these applications of AI almost seem limitless. Just across the way here, across the road, there's a display that WebEx has of the sentiment analysis. So you can walk into the booth and it can tell you a lot of things about you. The emotion that you're expressing. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you calm? Are you nervous? Are you tired? In fact, I tried this just before I did this broadcast, and it was pretty accurate. It told me exactly my age. It told me my gender. Good thing we got that one right. And it could tell me if I was happy or sad. And then I tried to scowl and tried to be really angry face, and then it says you're angry. So it seemed to be pretty accurate in picking up the sentiment. And my buddy that I did this with, he's like, why would you ever use this? Like, who is ever going to use a sentiment analysis? Well, imagine you're a teacher in a classroom, and you want to see if you're being effective as a teacher. So you point your camera back to the class, and now you can see the sentiment of the students in the classroom. Are they enjoying the material? Are they bored out of their minds? Are they falling asleep? Well, the AI can tell you and can give you an average sentiment score for all the students that are in the classroom. Well, that's pretty useful. That can help the teacher understand he needs to kick it up a notch or he's doing a good job. It also brings up some interesting questions of potential bias. This is a very important area of AI where we can start to see aspects of a person which actually might lead to discrimination. So in the world of research and AI, a lot of the academic research is going into how can we actually remove bias when we see certain people displaying certain traits. For example, if we look at perhaps the criminal population, do they look a certain way, and are we trying to identify people who are completely innocent as criminals? Well, we may not have designed our AI algorithm to be discriminatory or to show bias, but by the training set we give it, are we leading it to a biased outcome? There was a fascinating story at one of the largest tech cloud companies. They were filtering their resumes and using a deep learning model to look at all the words in the resume. And what they would do is compare it with successful candidates who had got jobs at this company, and they would use this filtering mechanism to automatically get rid of the resumes that were just not suited or not likely to become successful employees. Well, guess what happened? In this company, the majority of the workers were males. So the AI algorithm, by the data it had been fed, started to conclude that you had to be a man, a male, to work at this company. Of course, that is not a very good outcome. It's very, very biased. Females are just as qualified as men, but just because of the training data it was fed, it was leading to the wrong conclusion. So after the company realized this, they went back and they started to make some changes, and well, we have to train this algorithm differently. That wasn't our intent at all. But even then, subtly, the language that was used, typically in the resume that's put together by a man versus a woman, is different. And because of that, it started to pick up these differences and say, well, again, this is the type of resume you need to be successful. Well, these are traps that we can fall into with AI systems, and we want to avoid them. So how do we do that? It's still a bit of an art, and it's being researched. We as humans don't want to be biased and show discrimination, but sometimes the data we feed into these algorithms can lead us to these biased results, and it's something that you really have to watch out for if you do an AI project. A last area we're going to look at is AI in the world of security. And perhaps this is one of the most important and impactful areas for Cisco in using AI. Well, when we look at the landscape today, we see the number of attacks that are out there. It's very, very difficult to stop them. And one of the biggest reasons is that so much traffic is encrypted. If we look at the amount of traffic today on the internet that's encrypted, it's well over 80%, leading to 90%. We may hit the point one day that almost 100% of traffic on the internet is encrypted. Well, how do you find the malware and the nasty attackers if they're all inside encrypted traffic? It's very difficult, isn't it? Look at this picture here. Do you see the assassin laying in wait to hit someone? Well, it's very hard to tell. It all looks exactly the same, looks like a bunch of rocks. But if you look very carefully, there is an assassin in there, and he's holding a rifle, waiting to shoot. This is the kind of problem that security architects and security analysts have to face in the world of IT today. How do you find the malicious attacker? Well, it turns out you don't necessarily have to look just at the inside of a packet. You can look at the behavior of a packet. We often say that 90% of communication is nonverbal. In other words, you can look at the way a person thinks by the way they move their head, perhaps their body language. It says so much about them, their eye contact with you. It tells you really what they're thinking, if they're interested in you. Turns out we can do the same thing with network analytics. If we look at the behavior of traffic flows, if we see the behavior of certain metadata, the size of packets, the space between packets, where their source is, where their destination is, the type of traffic at the headers, that will tell us so much about the traffic itself that we can start to identify it. Now, what type of machine learning do you think we're using here if it's anomaly detection? Well, again, we're looking for outliers, those anomalies. This tends to be unsupervised learning. So we're looking what those anomalies are, things that's just out of normal. It doesn't seem to be normal traffic flow. That's probably your attacker. That's the one who's trying to do something nasty on your network. So we look at these linear decision boundaries, and the way we find these boundaries is through the magic of unsupervised learning. We feed a lot of data, we look for the clusters, and we see what's healthy versus what is dangerous on our network. And it's a first line of defense, really, in identifying what the nasty things on the network are. Once we've classified it as an outlier, then we can look at other types of machine learning, regression techniques and deep learning techniques to really classify what it is and why this anomaly is trying to do something nasty on our network, and then feed it back even to firewall rules and other types of intelligent network systems that will stop that malware and stop that threat actor. One of the examples of this is something called EDA, or Encrypted Traffic Analytics. What EDA does is takes net flow information, so a lot of the information from the header of the packets, metadata about the packet, and we send it back to StealthWatch. Now, the ASIC underneath that allows us to do this is something called UDPA, or Doppler. It takes all this information, sends it back to StealthWatch, and we feed it into these machine learning models. We then look at classification of this. We look for whether it's benign, whether it's nasty. We classify it as an anomaly, and then we pass it into more machine learning tools to say, we need to stop this or we let it go. Well, how effective is encrypted traffic analytics? Well, turns out it's very effective. In a lot of testing, we've been able to find 99.9% accuracy that something is nasty without even seeing inside the packet. Just by looking at the behavioral analytics of the packet, we can tell what it's up to, what it's trying to do, and whether it should be prevented from our network. So we've looked at 4 different areas of machine learning and AI, how Cisco is using it. It's probably just the tip of the iceberg. We've been down this AI journey for a couple of years now, and we're already using it almost in every product we have across our business units, product categories. We looked at just 4 different areas, from collaboration to the data center, to enterprise networking, to security. AI is really becoming a foundational tenet of our technology, and it's extremely exciting, I think, what we're doing today and what we're going to do in the future. So hopefully you've enjoyed this Master Series class and learning a little bit about the fundamentals of AI, machine learning, and how we're using it, and hopefully you take something away from this and you can enjoy learning more about it in the future. Thanks guys, and have a great day.
There's Alphonsine and Manaragua.
I myself was a foster child. I've gone through a tremendous amount of abuse, and I come from a long line of addiction and things like that. I've been a volunteer dance teacher for many, many years, and in 2010, one of my 15-year-old dance students was sexually assaulted in the Bay Area and sold throughout California for a year. What I decided to do in December of 2011 was actually to form Love Never Fails, which is now the nonprofit that is addressing the issue of human trafficking. So the way that I sought out healing was to become active in this space and do something about it. I can tell you that I have so much joy knowing that I get to be a part of the restoration of these women, men, and children. Just commit 1 hour a week towards that thing that will feed your soul. And I promise you, it will energize you and it will give you the strength to do 10x what you're currently doing because you'll just know that every moment that you're taking has so much meaning to those around you.
Between human trafficking and a future without fear, there's Vanessa Russell. Cisco, the bridge to possible. As in so many cities, for Kyoto, tourism is a very big deal. But tourism means people, and with so many of them, the city had its hands full. Kyoto didn't just have to get better at managing them all, it had to get smarter. And with Cisco's help, that's exactly what happened. Strategically located smart kiosks now connect tourists with a concierge who can steer them to less congested attractions. So crowds are more evenly distributed. Smart street lighting monitors foot traffic, automatically controls brightness when and where it's needed most, and pinpoints outages in real time, so repairs can be made faster. And with special terminals monitoring multiple cameras, data can be compared simultaneously, making the city safer than ever before. As for the people of Kyoto and the millions of tourists who visit every year, they have just one thing to say about their new smart city. We can't wait to see what's next. Between ancient and smart, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure. One unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big, industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime and anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here, and here, but also here, and definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Alle rijkdom van de wereld gaan we hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering with dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk.
There's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys! Hey New York! Hi! Hey Ellen!
There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hello and welcome in our master session SD-WAN at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. My name is Nikolai Pitaev. I'm technical marketing engineer responsible for SD-WAN. And you know, guys, we are doing this for the first time in history. So actually, we are guinea pigs. And I'm not the only guinea pig here. I have an honor to have with me Marty Ma and Hamza Kardami helping me to explain and present all new SD-WAN features, all new SD-WAN use cases we have for you at Cisco Live Barcelona. So Marty, back to you.
Sure. So I guess I'm the guinea pig number 2, and the one in the middle, right? So my name is Marty Ma. I'm a technical marketing engineers manager. So I'm responsible for actually driving all the core feature for SD-WAN in Cisco.
Hey everyone, my name is Hamza Kardami. I'm a technical marketing engineer with the Cisco Software Defined WAN business unit. I work closely with the managed service provider segment of customers. I've been with Cisco for almost 10 years and looking forward to doing this.
Excellent. Thanks a lot. And as you guys see, yes, guinea pigs, 3 guinea pigs, but really technical oriented. So yes, we do have one manager, just to see what we are saying, but reality is we can go deep and we will go, in some cases, deep and explain what exactly do we mean on the technical level. It's technical conference, and let's get started. That's our agenda for today. So we will have just a brief SD-WAN at Cisco Live Barcelona overview for you. And then we will jump into what's new. Features, strategy. That will be really interesting to see what is happening around SD-WAN, what is new. One important topic always coming after new stuff is migration. How do I migrate from non-SD-WAN to SD-WAN, and how Cisco can help to migrate my network? And last but not least, we have application quality of experience demonstration for you. Really nice feature which will help to improve your performance, especially in case of high delays on your bandwidth. That's our agenda for the next 35 minutes. Let's get started. And really quick, we have a lot of SD-WAN related sessions. On Monday, we had 3 different tutorials, and by tutorial, I mean technical seminar, which will be 8 hours, non-stop, well, small break for lunch, yes. But 8 hours, the whole beauty SD-WAN from the overview to latest bytes and bits. And then we keep going the whole week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even Friday, fully packed with different sessions, labs, and even DevNet sessions you can try out around SD-WAN. So I just want to highlight security session. I want to touch on the cloud topic as well, and automation. But even the topic, how do I do my customer proof of concept, my CPOC, we have a session for this. So what we would like to do today for you is to have like a quintessence, the summary, best of the best of all sessions presented for you in this session. That's our goal. And let's get started with what is new related to SD-WAN and the cloud. Marty, please, it's all yours.
Sure. Thanks, Nikolai. So in my part, I'll basically share with you guys what we are introducing in this event what's coming in the next few months. So the first thing is actually SD-WAN as we've seen today. I mean, we have a widely deployed customer base, and then our goal is really to continue these innovation in all different fronts to address common customer use case. So in this event, we basically introduce a couple different areas in improvement and enhancement. First will be what we do in the cloud to help facilitate. I mean, one of the major use case for SD-WAN is really for customer heading into the cloud. How do they maintain the same user experience when they move their application from an on-prem to the cloud? So a lot of the innovation there, no matter it's going with the IaaS, with SaaS, with other things, with Colo, then we're doing a lot of enhancement there. Second part is the security, like Nikolai mentioned earlier. Security is paramount across all the things, and then we do allow you to have a very elastic solution going either to be on-prem or in the cloud. The third part is really, for SD-WAN, to the end of the day, we are really servicing the application user experience. So we want to make sure the application, in terms of a quality of experience, we can help user to enhance no matter under which kind of a condition. And then finally, Cisco has been well known for the integrated service router platform, and we want to show you, okay, now, instead of compare with other vendor solution where you need a 2-box, we really can integrate the unified communication or voice-related service onto the SD-WAN into a single box solution. So here first we look at the WAN on the cloud edge side. So Nikolai later is going to talk about mainly on the cloud on-ramp for SaaS and IaaS, and then also the recently announced AWS TGW, the integration we have there. So to simplify deployment and also automate the whole process, so users don't have to go into different control panel and console to actually do things. The second part we want to talk about really highlights our integration with cloud integration or the security internet gateway, right? So a lot of a customer nowadays choose to basically integrate their security service either on-prem or in the cloud. And with Cisco's SD-WAN solution, we basically can tightly integrate these configuration steps to simplify it, so user can basically go through single pane of glass to configure both their SD-WAN with security on top of it. So no matter user is looking for things like traditional application-based firewall, going further into things like IPS, IDS, URL filtering, even for things like advanced malware prevention, we can all go through a single pane of glass to actually configure that. The third part we're really talking about is to enhance the application performance. Then Cisco's SD-WAN solution is really transport agnostic. We want to make sure we can compensate for no matter which kind of a carrier you're using. If there's any characteristic on the transport that need to be compensated to improve user experience, we're going to see a couple examples that were through things like TCP optimization, through forward error correction, we can basically help improve the quality of the transmission so that we can make sure the application get the right level of experience through the user level. And then finally, we talked about things like the onboard security. So beyond just providing the traditional zone-based firewall service as well as application layer 7 service, we really have, through the ISR platform, we have an integrated security solution to provide things like a firewall, IPS, IDS, URL filtering, and then also like AMP, the advanced malware control. So then we can actually have a complete portfolio. So users have the flexibility, no matter they want to deploy the security at a branch level or they want to basically break out to have a service actually delivered in the cloud. All these solutions can actually be quickly delivered and then deployed actually through our single pane of glass, the VMware portal.
So Marty, I have a question on that.
Sure.
So basically what we saw is cloud-based firewall and web-based security, cloud-based security on one hand.
Sure.
Your slide was umbrella. And on the other hand, you have a choice as a customer to run on-prem security.
Correct.
So one question we're all getting is, hey, what will be the Cisco guidance? Do we have any advice? What will be the use case where you will go for cloud-based, and in which cases you will run on-prem? So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so typically for security, the fundamental concept is really you want to enforce security at where the closest to where the resource you want to protect. But in many cases, I mean, when customers have different branch site, oftentimes they wouldn't be able to deploy the thing at every site. So we do offer both with the same set of a feature set. So we give the flexibility back to user, no matter which way they want to deploy it, we can fully satisfy their need in either case.
Makes sense.
Yep. So finally, we're going to talk about one of the things we're going to bring to the table. When we initially have SD-WAN integrated on the ISR product family, we kind of skip through the traditional, the voice feature we are able to provide. And in the upcoming release, we're going to bring these features back. So the ISR router, well known for its integrated service, where customer can deploy different type of integration like voice and other things integrated into one platform. We'll bring that back to the table so customers no longer want an SD-WAN service, no longer need to go through multiple different devices to configure things. We are putting things like FXS, FXO, SRST, all the SIP trunk related stuff all back to the iOS XE. So through a single platform, when users are deploying the SD-WAN solution at the same time, they can also get their voice service configured, and then the corresponding require like the quality of service, app experience, all the characteristics can be automatically provisioned at the same time. So with that, I mean, we can see a lot of these innovations actually all related to how things get delivered across the internet, across the cloud. So I'm going to pass the ball back to Nikolai to talk about what we're doing, especially with things like AWS and Azure in this front.
Thanks, Marty. And it's really great question, because what we see a lot is the question, hey guys, my workload, my applications, they go to the cloud. How can I connect my infrastructure on public cloud like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft Azure to SD-WAN? First question is, what is the benefit? Why do I need to connect my infrastructure to SD-WAN? What's the point? And the answer is very simple, because you will be able to use one centralized policy for security, for provisioning, for quality of experience across your whole network, including cloud. So cloud will be a part of your network as just a branch. And you will have end-to-end view from your application through your different transports all the way up to the cloud. That's the answer. So now basically the question is how? I got it. It makes totally sense to integrate multiple public clouds with SD-WAN. How? One option, you see it on the left side here in the slide, is do-it-yourself model. So you will run VH Cloud, CSR 1000V virtual router with SD-WAN functionality in each VPC, in each VNet you have, and interconnect this with SD-WAN. Well, fine. It's okay for small use cases where you have 1, 2 VNets, but what if you have multiple? Can it be automated? And then says, yes. We have Cloud on-ramp for infrastructure as a service, which will create transit VPC, transit gateway, and do the full automation for you. So you will be entering just your public cloud credentials, provide some information like naming, yes, you need 2 licenses for 2 routers, and then you will click deploy, grab some coffee, come back in 10 minutes, and you will have your public cloud infrastructure integrated with SD-WAN. And if you will send more traffic, if you will create additional VPCs, it will auto-scale for you. So vManage will deploy additional router and make sure that this will be not a bottleneck. And this is what we have for a while. Basically, that's a solution we have here in the middle, fully automated with Cloud on-ramp for IaaS, which has some pros and cons, but we have it ready to be used now. What I would like to show you now is what is coming next. And this is this last line saying integrated solution SD-WAN and TGW, Transit Gateway, or vWAN. That solution will scale and will allow you to use VPC attachments up to 50 gigabits. So we are not talking about VGW limit anymore of 1.25 gigabit. Yes, VPN attachment to TGW is still 1.25, but you can have an architecture with VPC attachments which will scale up to 50 gigabit, totally different number. And let me explain how it works. Here in this example, you have one SD-WAN router connected to AWS with engineering and marketing being in different VPCs. Fair enough, nothing special. But now we have Azure, and we have HR having infrastructure on Azure. The same SD-WAN router will interconnect multiple clouds. So what we have is we have IPsec tunnels from colocation SD-WAN router to Azure, vWAN, and to AWS, TGW. We run BGP on top of this standard IKE-based IPsec tunnel, and we exchange routes between BGP from public cloud to OMP. OMP is Overlay Management Protocol we use on SD-WAN side. So what we will do is we will do standard redistribution from BGP to OMP and vice versa. And yes, you can do route filtering. Yes, you can use route maps. All what you know from standard route protocol redistribution is available here. And that will interconnect multiple clouds on the same router with SD-WAN, fully automated. That's basically the video we have as a demonstration. What you see here is I'm going in my vManage to cloud on-ramp for IaaS, and I will add a new TGW connection. I need to enter my credentials, and then I need to set up the region, and vManage will auto-discover my TGW. There's no need to enter something else. You simply select this, hit run, and vManage will do some API calls, and it will connect your branches with TGW. What you see here on AWS side, if you look at topology and geographic distribution, you see 3 branches, virtual, connected to TGW. That's my virtual infrastructure on AWS side, going to SD-WAN on the left side. That's, in a nutshell, what we are doing next. And this is what you just saw, is engineering software. We don't have it yet. It will come this year. And please forgive me if you will see in the final release 1 or 2 additional buttons, can be different, but you got the full idea. What we do is fully automated connection from the branch side to TGW. That's the main point. And now if we go back to slides, we will talk about migration. So Hamza is our best TME dealing with many top-level customers migrating from non-SD-WAN to SD-WAN. So Hamza, let's talk about migration.
Cool. Thanks, Nikolai. Thanks for the introduction. All right, so when we talk about migrating to SD-WAN, right, one of the basic steps that we look at is to templatize configuration. So what that means is I look at or examine my existing routers and all of the configuration I have therein, and then I say, okay, how many pieces of this configuration can I put into templates? And looking at the way our vManage software is today, I have 2 options to do this. I can either go on the vManage UI and I can say I'm going to create individual feature templates for be it BGP or OSPF or maybe VPN creation, things like that. And then I can say these are my building blocks for my device templates. So then I take different sets of feature templates, meld them together into a single device template, and I say this device template is now going to be applicable across maybe several hundred devices in my overlay. So that is one way of doing it. The other way of doing this is to use CLI templates. So what that means is perhaps I'm a CLI junkie, or maybe I'm a service provider or a partner. I use or examine existing CLI and toss that into templates and reuse that on the fly, variabilize parts of that particular template, and apply to several hundred devices at once. So there were a couple of things or a couple of changes we wanted to make with that implementation. So what you're seeing over here is what we have today in terms of implementation. So on the left is the implementation details for CLI templates. So whether it's an XC SD-WAN C-Edge device or a V-Edge capable SD-WAN device, if I want to apply a CLI template, I have to create a template and use SD-WAN based CLI and push that template into the vManage. And the vManage underneath the hood is essentially going to identify, am I applying this template to a V-Edge platform or am I applying this to a C-Edge? If it's a C-Edge, what the vManage does is it takes that CLI and translates it into iOS XE-based Yang CLI and then pushes it into the C-Edge. So think of it like there's a translator built into the vManage that's doing this operation. Some changes we're making with that regard is post our next release, which should be coming out in a couple of months, we are going to give users the ability to define that CLI as if it were native Yang iOS XE based CLI itself. So if you are someone who has a Cisco platform today, you already know or are very familiar with Cisco iOS CLI, this is good news for you. You can take the CLI from your existing router and reuse that as CLI within the vManage to apply to your migrated device in the future. You don't need to untag or unlearn some parts of it. You don't need to learn new SD-WAN CLI or figure out how to map one thing to another. You can reuse the same thing. So one other thing we'll be doing in this regard is a similar flexibility enhancement even on the device template side. So again, looking at the way things are today, on your bottom left corner, you're seeing how do I configure a device. I have the option to either push all my device configuration as a device template, which means I've defined feature templates on the vManage and created a device template on the UI, and I'm attaching this. Or the other option I have is to define it as a CLI template. But now, post that same release, which will come out later this year, 17.2.1, we will give the ability where you can mix and match the two. So you could have a device template. Parts of that, or majority of that device template, is going to be all feature templates that you've created on the UI. But for those extra additional knobs that you want to add on the fly later, you won't have to go and find a feature template or create it manually. All you need to do is go to this particular C-Edge add-on CLI feature template, paste those specific commands just like you would from an iOS XE device, and the vManage essentially will take and merge all your feature template configuration along with this particular add-on CLI blob that you've put it into the vManage. It'll meld all of it together and push that into the C-Edge. So that'll give the users a lot of flexibility to kind of mix and match how they want to do this. Especially for our managed service provider and partner segment of customers, they will like this because this will help drive us towards a co-managed use case. What I mean is where a service provider can say, hey, Mr. End Customer, you can go and configure everything you want on your particular SD-WAN router using feature templates, but I have the ability to use Yang CLI add-on feature templates to override any of those configurations if needed using just CLI from my side. So that's going to be one big feature add from that perspective. Another good thing with this is feature delivery. So we realize a lot of our customers migrating into Cisco SD-WAN have been using iOS XE, and iOS XE has been around for maybe a decade or two. It's very, very feature rich. And we realize a lot of our customers who move into the C-Edge or XE SD-WAN platform want to make sure they can leverage those existing rich feature sets and have the SD-WAN goodies baked in at the same time. So within Cisco, we have the same vision for our end customers. That's the end goal. But until we get there, and that's probably a couple of releases out, we want to make sure that we provide some quick and easy feature delivery vehicle for our customers to consume those rich services rather than wait for them to be delivered through a UI. So that's one of these things that having these CLI templates is going to help us do. So as an example, let's say there is a particular feature like AAA or DSL PPPoE, those kind of capabilities that were always available on iOS XE and maybe perhaps are not available on XE SD-WAN today. Once this feature is available in the future, you can go and add those specific CLI using a CLI template or an add-on CLI template and augment your existing maybe feature template based device template, augment it with those particular CLI and add them on the fly to your XE SD-WAN devices. So in this way, it gives us within Cisco a quick and easy way to deliver feature to customers who need it, who may not want that dependency on a UI or a lot of buttons to go and configure those features. And of course, down the road, long term, we will add all of those using the UI itself. But in the meanwhile, you have this ability to add these capabilities in directly through the CLI template features. Maybe a quick explanation of one of those. As an example with OSPF today, if you want to apply or if you want to have the feature of a conditional default route advertisement on XE SD-WAN, if I use my feature template on the vManage, I can't exactly do this particular configuration. I cannot originate a default route with a particular route map as a trigger. But once this feature is available with the Yang add-on CLI feature template, I can just click that add-on template, paste that particular CLI line or that command line into that blob and add it to the rest of my device template configuration, and my edge device will now support that particular feature. So that's a very easy way for our customers to start using that capability in the near future.
So, Hamza, I have a question on that.
Yep.
So it looks like just one silly feature and we're doing a lot of features release per release. But it's critical, and if I understood it right, especially here in Europe, DSL is a big deal.
Yep.
So we have customers asking about DSL connectivity, and right now DSL is not supported in vManage. So basically, with this silly feature, we can use DSL configuration from iOS XE, put it in this add-on CLI template, and push it down. That's the idea.
Yeah, you almost got it right. So on the vManage, we do support PPPoE today, but think of it like iOS XE, for example, supported PPPoE. Think of it maybe like there are 24 commands out there. Today's version of XE SD-WAN supports maybe 10 out of those 24 commands. But as a customer in Europe, you need one of those CLI critically to make your deployment successful. So using this feature, you can go ahead and add those CLI as we expose them in the code. So we'll of course document and release note all of these commands that we'll support. You can just use those templates, add on those extra knobs that you couldn't do earlier through the vManage. So in that way, you can really consume features much quickly as opposed to earlier.
Right, so that can be actually a deal breaker, because if you as a customer waiting for this particular DSL feature because you cannot start, you will not connect, you will not be able to go online. So in this case, this feature will enable migration, enable your project.
Yes, you got that right, exactly. So moving on, on to other things, again, looking at migration strategy for most customers, they're going to be evaluating new platforms. So on the ISR front, we have a bunch of new platforms coming out, especially on the ISR 4000 series. We have the ISR 4461, which is started as the highest performing ISR to date. Right, so that's exciting things to look forward to over there. And then you guys will also probably see that under the Pure Play section, we have a couple of new platforms, the ISR 1100s. So these ISR 1100s are what we consider the platform evolution for Viptela's VH platforms. So if you were examining Viptela SD-WAN or Cisco SD-WAN today, and you were examining the VH platforms in particular, the VH100s and the VH1000s, what we're doing within Cisco is we're giving the same Viptela operating system with SD-WAN, so all of the pure play SD-WAN capabilities like application-based steering, SLA matching, all of those goodies will be available on Cisco's ISR 1100 series platforms. Those are the part numbers, the 1100 4G, the 6G, and 4G LTE. So those particular platforms, they're probably this big, really good for small to medium branches. They will support from day zero all of the pure play SD-WAN capabilities. And in the future, we'll also probably provide a knob where you can toggle these platforms and move them into XE SD-WAN as well. So you have the ability to start a deployment today using the best of breed hardware from Cisco and the best of breed SD-WAN software from Cisco as well. And then over time, if you need to, you can migrate that platform into XE SD-WAN down the road.
And just one joke about the naming, like you see 4G and 6G. Guys, it's not about next Wi-Fi generation. It means just 6 1 gig E ports or 4 1 gig E ports. So I'm not doing 6G on that box yet, probably later on, but 6 means the number of ports.
That's right, yeah. We'll probably start with 5G and someday hit 6G as well. So with that said, I'm going to hand this back over to you, Nikolai, and thanks.
Thanks, Hamza. And let's talk really brief about application quality of experience, and it's a huge topic. I can spend hours and hours talking about app QoE because you guys need this. Your customers, your users, they will scream if they will see bad performance on Office 365, on any cloud-based applications. And in Europe and also in the United States, the packet loss is not really a big deal. What is hurting us is actually latency. If you go from US West to US East, or here from, let's say, Asia to Europe, you might run into latency which is 400 milliseconds or more. And the question is, how can my SD-WAN solution help me to increase the performance, increase quality of experience on this high latency link? And let me give you an example here with a demonstration. What you see here on the left side is a client going to a server, And we have around about 20 kilobit. So it's not much because I have 400 milliseconds on the way. I'm using WAN emulator with 400 milliseconds installed. There's no TCP optimization policy yet. You see here just a preview. I'm matching on IP address, lazy TME, just creating a demo, but you can match on anything you want. And now what I will do is I will push the policy. So I will activate the policy. You see here 2 vSmarts for redundancy, and I'm pushing my policy to both vSmarts. Once it's done, I need to reestablish my TCP stream because TCP will go down, and now I need to restart the session and check the bandwidth, what I will get, and I get 160. So before TCP 20 kilobit, was TCP optimization enabled on the same link, still 400 milliseconds delay, 160. And for CCIE, among us, you can run some CLI checks just to verify and see low-level details, stream information, bytes and bits. CLI is still possible. We are not taking it away from you, but you don't need it for this functionality. You can just push the policy and you're done. So now let's go back to slides and talk about next innovation we have around software as a service. So what you see here is Office 365 as a use case. So it's a software as a service application. And you might have multiple ways, multiple exit points from your network to the internet. That can be directly using direct internet access from the branch. That can be going to MPLS or MPLS to your colocation router, and then exit from colocation facility to the internet. The main question is, what is the best way? How can I make sure that my application will be running on the best path? Well, the simple answer is just use Cloud on RAM for SaaS. We will run probing, HTTP ping from all exit points automatically to your cloud-based application, Office 365 as an example. And we will calculate Viptela quality of experience score, which is just a number from 0 to 10, and we will do routing based on the score. So you don't need to care, you don't need to write complicated policies and do probably time-based policy activation. We do it for you. That was available also last year, so your question will be, well, Nikolai, what is new? What we are adding is, for Office 365, an ability to use telemetry data from Microsoft. Means, in the whole configuration process where you will set up your Cloud on RAM for SaaS, in the GUI, you will have the checkbox saying, do you want to rely, do you want to trust Microsoft telemetry data? And based on your Microsoft experience, based on your previous experience, you can say, well, I will trust on Microsoft and I will use telemetry data, and that will be our foundation to find the best path. Or you can say, no, I just want to use simple implementation. We have working implementation, what you know from last year. It's still available, and then we will do polling, we will run probing for you. So you have a choice. You can try both, you can always go back, but that's the new thing. That's really innovation we do in a partnership with Microsoft. You can use now telemetry data from Microsoft and do your decision, your routing decision based on that. Okay, so let me conclude. We talked about different sessions we had this week and still have tomorrow, Friday. All topics you can imagine, from security, cloud, even to proof of concept. So, Marty, Hamza, one question to you. If you guys will think about all 4 days, all your questions you had, funny questions and key messages you delivered, if our audience need to remember just one thing out of the whole week, I know it's a tough question, but I mean, I'm from Russia, and we have a KGB joke saying, people usually remember the first and the last thing. So if you think about that, what will be your one thing you will give to our audience to remember for SD-WAN from Cisco Live Barcelona? So Marty, try.
Okay. So if one thing I can actually highlight, I'll basically, for me with the security background, I'll say what we actually have around security, the ability to say, for example, doing probe into the secure internet gateway, that will be one of the very innovative things. And then the ability to basically build auto tunnel and then to auto register the service really gonna create a difference, because a lot of more customer now, they want security, but they don't really have the flexibility like we talked about earlier to deploy on-prem or on the branch. This option enabled them to actually have a wide selection of features they can deploy through the cloud, either through a third-party vendor that is a partner or through Cisco's umbrella service.
Thank you. Yes, it's a big one.
Right.
Hamza.
Well, I guess I'll say that this is just the geek in me probably, but two things. One is when you're evaluating your SD-WAN vendor, architecture is key. We have the best architecture. So if you're a customer, if you're a partner, you're evaluating SD-WAN vendors, think of, you're redoing your entire WAN. You need something that is scalable, flexible, open. Our SD-WAN has the best architecture, scalable at the control plane, scalable at the data plane. This is what you would want to use for your SD-WAN deployment, right? So that's one of the key things I would mention. And the other thing would be all about multi-cloud, right? So we've been talking about this for the past year. There are a lot of innovations happening on AWS and Azure, and everyone is trying their best to kind of keep up with that space, while at the same time trying to move to the public cloud. So it's this whole time of transformation that's happening. Everyone wants to adopt and move things into the cloud. They want to increase SaaS adoption, but we all know, realistically speaking, this is going to take a couple of years. You're still going to have this hybrid of on-prem, hardware. You're going to have some maybe colos, and you're going to have a bunch of stuff sitting in the cloud. You will need something that can stitch all of those things together. You need it to be scalable. You need it to be secure. And Cisco SD-WAN is going to provide you everything that you need to enable that architecture.
Thanks, Hamza. I think you will not qualify for KGB training, because if they tell you just one, tell one, not two. But I agree, both is really important, and it's a key. I just want to mention one thing, and it goes into the same direction as you mentioned, and it's about automation. Because if you're talking about multi-cloud, you don't really want to go to Azure and code and use GUI from this cloud provider. You don't want to go to AWS and
multiple touch points, basically.
Multiple touch points, different languages.
Yeah, right.
It's all different. So the point is, what will be your job? Human mistakes, going back and forth, it's tough. If you have this know-how, yes, you can do it, and the buzzword is infrastructure as a code. So you will code this, you will use different programming languages to automate this. But if you're just a standard mid-sized enterprise company, you probably most likely will not really want have geeks doing Boto3, AWS SDK with all this fancy automation. In this case, you will just go to vManage and use our automation tools and grab coffee for 10 minutes, come back, and that's all done. So automation is the key, and that's why I would like to highlight automation. That's the real strong what we see this week during Cisco Live.
Sure.
I think that's all. Thanks. That's all about SD-WAN. In 40 minutes, I know we skipped a lot, but thanks a lot. I'm really happy to have such great experts with me today and be able to transform key messages, keys around SD-WAN to you. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure, one unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime, anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here, and here, but also here, and definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Alle rijkdom van de wereld kwamen hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering with dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. The consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
in my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi.
There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor, but we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss-connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Hello everybody, welcome at Cisco Live. So we are live here, I'm together with Marcel, and I quickly want to introduce myself. I'm Markus Habeck, I'm a Senior Solution Architect in Customer Services. And I will guide you today, and of course Marcel, through an SDA environment, how to get it from 0 to 100 and make sure you understand all the components at SDA until it's up and running. Let me give Marcel a chance to introduce himself quickly.
Okay. Thank you, Markus, and hello everybody. My name is Marcel Rothstein. I'm a technical solution architect based in Frankfurt, Germany, and today I'm here to help Markus a little bit with the introduction of SDA. So, Markus, how can we start?
So, let's do a quick introduction. The first of us, for the two of us, we are both German. So for anybody watching this, this presentation, the accent might be very bad, so you can ping us later on if you have a good idea how we can improve this. So let me dig into the presentation. It is about software-defined access. You have heard that this is a new solution offered from Cisco and has been developed over the last couple of years. So software-defined access had been built on top of our switching portfolio, and we introduced new capabilities into iOS. In the beginning, everybody on earth was doing this using command line interface. So you remember the days where we all were at the keyboard and trying to figure out how to get a VLAN configured, how to get a default gateway configured, how to make high availability enabled. And you know, all the hustle together with spanning tree and large broadcast domains and failure domains, and to troubleshoot those environments. So the idea of software-defined access is to put a controller on top of the environment. That means we completely abstract the way we do the network. So the abstraction means you buy a piece of hardware. It can be a Catalyst 9000, it can be a 3850, it can be anything. So you buy a piece of hardware. On top of the hardware, you usually have an installed iOS version, and this can be a big variety of different iOS versions, right? So all the iOS versions behave differently. And the third level on top of hardware and software is about the license. So the network behaves very differently if you buy an essential license or if you buy an advantage license. So what we have done in the past, we left our engineers and of course our customer and partners a little bit alone with how to configure the environment, how to make SD access possible, how to make switching possible. And if you update the environment, you may have recognized already that commands may change. So what we have done here is we have created a controller named DNA Center. DNA Center is not now in the version of 1.3.3.0. We recently announced this release. It is a week old, by the way. And DNA Center is taking care of this abstraction. We call this intent-based networking. So the intent is about what I want to do. It's not about how I configure my network. It's not about which different commands you need to use. It's about, I want to get a fabric up and running. I want to connect an end user, and the end user should be capable of connecting to the data center or to his or her application. So DNA Center brings all of it. Does it make sense for you?
Yeah, for me it sounds really great. The only question I have, because I can see that you've put ICE in your slide as well. So your SDA solution is not just about automation, isn't it?
That is correct. So that's a very good question, Marcel. So DNA Center brings automation into it. We call this intent, to automate the network infrastructure. It gives you context with this assurance and analytics because you need to troubleshoot it. And regular networks were just built for connectivity, for forwarding. So connecting the device, and you can ping your application, you can open email and do things like this. But as of today, security becomes more and more relevant for network environments. So the idea is to utilize Identity Services Engine, embed them into DNA Center, so we have a channel between ICE and DNA Center, and use all the beauty of Identity Services Engine for policy, for security, for user identification, for authentication, radius and TACACs into the switches. And we didn't build a new environment for this. We just took Identity Services Engine, which is out for a while, and integrate this into DNA Center. So having said this in the beginning, I mentioned we left you alone with CLI, and now we have DNA Center to automate it. That means, on the other hand side, now you have ICE, and you need to provision ICE your own. And we did exactly the same thing. So we go and abstract ICE from the network, and DNA Center will take care about ICE configuration. So whenever you create a policy, DNA Center is your single pane of glass. You configure your policy like you do, you set up your fabric, and DNA Center pushes this into Identity Services Engine, and you don't have to touch it.
So great. So I'm just using DNA Center to set up my network, to create my policies, and later on to troubleshoot it?
Yes, you got it. That's exactly what it's meant to be.
Sounds really cool. So what else do I need to do in my network to get such a solution?
Yeah, let's dig in. So there are components. We talked about DNA Center, automation, analytics, and assurance. The Identity Services Engine as a component for policy. By the way, it's a requirement. You need to install ICE to make SDA happen. And let's dig into the different things and components out of SDXs which are important. So the first you need to know is that we distinguish SDXs into three components. It's the control plane, which is built on locator ID separation protocol. So that's your route reflector. That's where we are learning all the routes from the endpoints. That's where we are learning all the routes from the data center and the external networks. Since we go to a fabric environment, we decided not to do layer 2 connectivity anymore. So you don't have to build all the VLANs, all the trunks or spanning tree, multi-chassis either channel, things like that. But therefore we needed to introduce a new encapsulation so that we can get the traffic from the client, from the endpoint to the network, and this is VXLAN.
Okay.
And VXLAN can distinguish between a microsegment and a macro segment. A macro segment is a virtual network, and we are going to deploy one of these networks in a minute. And a micro segment is about separating the two of us in a single network. So we can make happen in a policy environment that you can ping me, but you cannot connect via file transfer on any other protocol. And this is all automated under the covers. It's just the components because we want to inform you what's going on, because it will be very easy to set it up, and we will see this in a minute. But of course, if something goes wrong, it may be good to have some ideas what's under the covers.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I have to know about these protocols, but I don't have to configure them because this is something DNA Center can do for me?
That is perfectly correct. So you need to know it because, of course, you want to troubleshoot it, but all the commands will come out of DNA Center. It will be fully automated. And we just want to make you comfortable that you understand the environment and can create the confidence that we do not do anything which is very crazy and would not work. And we go into the console and I will show you a couple of things happening in the fabric.
Looking forward.
So what are the fabric roles and terminologies? We already talked about DNA Center automation. DNA Center automation is taking care about what kind of devices in the network, software version and license, and will push the configuration to the switch, to the router, or to the wireless controller. So wireless is part of it. As soon as you have discovered or introduced the device into DNA Center, it will start collecting analytics data and will give you a view, is it in a good health status, or is it in a bad position, and we give you guided remediation. Today we will focus on the SDA portion of DNA Center. So assurance comes along, it is included in the licensing, and it will run automatically. You don't have to do anything in addition. Identity Services Engine, as we have discussed, runs in the background to create policies and make security available. And of course, under the covers, there are a couple of components. We have a so-called control plane node, and the control plane node is responsible about learning the endpoint devices. So let's do an example. You connect to your network, and the network switch will learn your IP address and your MAC address. And we will announce this address, like we do it in DNS, towards the control plane, and the control plane exactly knows where Marcel sits in the network. Actually, to be honest, it doesn't know that's you, Marcel, but it knows your IP address. So the second piece is the fabric border node. So inside the fabric, we do VXLAN encapsulation. But you may want to talk to foreign devices, devices on the internet, in the data center, in your traditional environment once you have not migrated everything. And the border node is taking care that we translate software-defined access, VXLAN encapsulation, into the traditional way of forwarding IP packets. The third component is the fabric edge, and this is the most obvious one. It is your access layer switch. So the access layer switch is the one you connect to. It will learn your IP address. It will, as mentioned, register your IP address to the control plane. And by the end, it makes sure that you are reachable for all the other devices and takes care of the encapsulation into the fabric and the decapsulation, because most likely your endpoint doesn't understand VXLAN.
Absolutely. Yes. And if I'm looking on your slide, it just looks for me like a traditional 3-tier network design with core distribution access. But I see some grayed out switches in the middle. So what does it mean for me? Can I use my traditional network physical topology, or do I have to recable everything?
Yeah, perfect. So the grayed out devices are called intermediate nodes in SDXs. That means if you have a very large network, you may have a border, which is your connection to the data center, but then you need to distribute everything into the buildings. So you don't want to run cables from every single access switch to your major locations. And therefore, you most likely run distribution switches per building or in several areas. And the intermediate node is acting and behaving as a distribution node. It will be a fully routed environment. It will interconnect to the edge nodes, but it doesn't participate in VXLAN and any of the control plane instances. So it's just scaling the environment. You can do a core distribution access design as you know it from the past, but it's even more capable. I will show you LAN automation during the presentation, and we are very topology independent. So you can build ring topologies, you can do triangles, you can do daisy chaining, so there are almost no limitations. Of course, for scalability, we may hit one, but we release a couple of the topology dependencies we had in the past.
Oh, wow, that sounds great. And as you already mentioned, some kind of automation with the LAN, so does it mean I can fully configure everything from DNA Center without using any CLI?
Yes, that is correct. So DNA Center is taking care of full CLI configuration. The only thing, if you have very special features, let's do an example, storm control. You want to make sure if I have a broadcast that I control it into the switch. I mean, the impact is only the edge node itself, but those commands are not being pushed by DNA Center because we don't consider them. And therefore, we have a template programmer, and you can push all the commands you need in this environment after SDA provisioning has happened.
Oh, wow. So it really looks nice on the PowerPoint, but how is the reality?
Yeah, so I will show you the demo in a second. Let's go to the last component, the Fabric wireless controller.
Missing.
Yes,
Oh.
exactly. We have this wireless controller, and we do embed wireless into SD access and convert the access point into a VXLAN speaker, so that they participate the same way an edge node in SD access does, and is part of the fabric and is embedded and has the same policy environment, the same IP pool environment in SD access. So even we take care about all your wireless devices.
So, and even the WSC is managed by the DNA Center?
That is correct. You read in the wireless controller, you add it to the fabric, and you are done. That's all you need to do.
No more SSIDs, fabric AP groups, nothing
No, this is all gone. You need to create your SSID, to be honest, because you need to tell the controller what to provision, but all the rest of it is gone, so there's no complex configuration in terms of the access point at all. So, let's go into the live controller. This is DNA Center. It's an up-to-date version. They offered me a new update on the top right corner for those who have recognized that we have the little cloud with the 13 updates. Nevertheless, we have DNA Center. When you start with DNA Center, you need to give some information into the system, because it doesn't know who you are, who your organization are, what your IP address scheme is. So this is something we do under the design aspect. I already prepared an environment for you, and we will run the demo in Berlin in Germany. So you see I have a design structure for a couple of locations. I have prepared Berlin. It's the country itself, and I have prepared a building. So the DNA Center knows where it is. And you can, of course, upload a floor plan and position your access point in this and get proper heat maps, etc. later on. The next thing under design you need to do is to explain DNA Center, what are my network settings? What is my DNS server? What is my DHCP server? What is my radio server? What is my banner method of today? What are my images I want to use? So all the site aspects we cannot know. Because DNA Center, once we provision the network, will form the entire configuration out of these parameters.
Okay.
So the next thing, which is fairly important, is about IP address pools. So SDA has a different way of doing IP addressing. So in the former life, you may remember that we had a VLAN and an IP subnet tied together. And normally it was the case that we tried to have small subnets to keep failure and broadcast domains very small and make the impact if something goes wrong not distributed into the entire network. Maybe we can cap it in an access layer only. So what we have done here is we said, okay, we do register /32 addresses, so your endpoint ID, your endpoint IP, and therefore you can have a very huge subnet configured for a fabric site, and I will go to show you what a fabric site is in a minute. So you only have one IP subnet for your virtual network if you want. There are some use cases having more of them, but it's as simple as it is. And I've prepared one of this, which is for my demo here. So I've prepared an IP pool and an IP range in the DHCP server already.
So that's everything you have to do, nothing else?
That is correct from the design perspective. Wow. So we get to the next stage and provision the fabric itself, and then I will show you that the IP configuration on the switch will completely automatically retrieve out of this.
Oh, that's interesting. But one more question, because I saw that you can add new IP address pools, and we all know that some customers already having some kind of IP address management systems which are already used for setting up their IP ranges. So is there any way to get these information already into DNA Center?
Yeah, so that's a very common ask. So thanks for asking this question. So what we have done, looks like an IP address management tool. What we have done, we built an integration. On the top you see platform, and the platform piece in DNA Center connects to third-party systems, which can be your Microsoft DHCP server, or can be Infoblox or BlueCat, just to name some of the examples. It's completely independent what kind of DHCP vendor you have. And we are able to learn from the DHCP vendor what subnets are already assigned, so we fill up this table automatically. Or if you want to provision the pools from DNA Center will make them available, for example, in Infoblox, and also activate the DHCP ranges. So you don't have to touch the IP address management tool anymore.
That's great.
And maybe also there's one more thing. If you want to edit and say, I need to get IPv6, it's just a matter of the point in time you want to run IPv6 in the overlay. You just enable IPv6, get an IPv6 pool into it, press save, and it will be auto-deployed into your network end-to-end.
Wow.
So once we have done the design, let's go to provision. I've already set up the switches in terms of time. Right, you can bring up everything using LAN automation. Let me quickly go into this. There's a process called LAN automation. You can select a primary site, which is called Berlin, for example. So it will give you the possibility to add devices out of Berlin, which we call a seed device. Mm-hmm. You can then select an IP pool for this specific device, and you can provision everything without touching a single time this command line interface. That means even the seed unit, which is the border in the future in many cases, will connect home to DNA Center via plug-and-play protocol. DNA Center will take care of the configuration, will push the IP pools, and will take care of the next layer, the intermediate node you asked for, the grayed out ones,
yes,
and the edge node, and will bring up all the devices from scratch, and you don't have to touch the CLI a single time.
So does it even mean that I do not have to use any templates, because I know many customers used them in the past using Prime Infrastructure, APKM, setting up a template, pushing it, using plug and play, so this is different plug and play?
That is 100% correct. So what we have done is we took all the beauty and the features and functions out of plug and play, and SDA means its intent, so we pre-created all the templates for you. They are in the back end, and once you do LAN automation, it knows this switch is an SDA device. So we create the template for you and will be pushed automatically in the background. You don't have to create CLI, it's all done by us.
Wow. That's really cool.
So I've done this for you. So these switches are up and running. Let's go into the Fabric environment. So let's do the cool stuff right now. You see, I already have prepared a so-called Fabric domain. A Fabric domain means this is owned by an administrator. Today it's me. If I dig into this one, I do see already a couple of Fabrics up and running. So a Fabric site is something like I have a set of switches in Frankfurt in my case. I have a set of switches in Düsseldorf, etc., etc. But we were talking about Berlin. So in Berlin is nothing. Let's assume it's a new location. Mm-hmm. So the thing I need to do is to create and add a new Fabric site. And you don't have to do it on your purpose. What you can do is just select Berlin, because it's already been pre-provisioned by DNA Center in the design phase, and it will automatically create you the Fabric site. The only thing you need to answer is, which virtual networks do you want to have in Berlin? So which users need to connect? In my case, it's just a demo 1 VN. Let's assume these are employees. So let's enable this, and DNA Center will do a provisioning in the background, and will set up this Fabric site for you, and automatically assign, if I click into the Fabric, all the devices which have been pre-assigned to the site using the LAN automation process.
Oh, wow.
So whatever came up by LAN automation is already part of the site. Let's zoom in a little bit. You see I have a couple of 3850s, 9Ks, etc. So what we need to do now is to identify the border node and the control plane. This is mandatory. There's no SDA without a border and control plane. So what I do is my border device, I just select it, I need to give the information for BGP, which is my autonomous system number, and I've pre-decided it's 65125. It may be different in your environment. And then I explain, I do have a transit exit. That means I explain the border, how to connect to the outside world.
So to my traditional network, to my data center,
correct.
Everything which is outside the new fabric.
That is correct.
Okay.
So this means we use this transit network and the transit link to learn external IP addresses. So let's add this. That's pretty much it. The second thing we need to do is to enable the control plane as mentioned. It's a mandatory that we do have a control plane.
So can it run on the same device?
Yes, that is correct. You can run a control plane and a border node co-located on a device. But if you want, for high availability reasons or for scalability reasons, you can separate border node and control plane.
So that's really cool. That means if you are a smaller environment, you can co-locate it on the same box. If you want to grow, you can split them up again.
That is correct. And also you can put the control plane into different locations to make sure, okay, I have some kind of physical high availability.
Okay.
The next thing you need to do, in this case, is to enable the edge node function for the access switch. And this is only the one you do. I do it the 5 ones individually, but I show you a better way how you can do it in a second. Because if you run like hundreds of switches, you most likely don't want to do the way I do here. And all you do in the background while we are talking is to apply the configuration in the network. So edge node is just a single click. No information at all because we already defined the border. We already defined the access point and the control plane. And we have the predefined IP pools. So what we now add to the fabric is all the IP configuration for the underlay so that all the edge nodes and borders can reach each other.
That's amazing, because you just swiped a button and is there really configuration changes on the switches?
Yes, there are really configuration changes on the switches. Let's quickly step in. In the background, you see something is going on the switch. I have a config archive logger in. So you see we are really pushing things like a map resolver into the switch, and the map resolver is a Lisp role for the control plane. So there's really live happening something on the switch, and this is not a mock-up, this is a live network environment. And the beauty of it, you can step into the switch and you can read all the configuration we have been pushed for your convenience, because if you start with software-defined access, you most likely want to create some trust and, okay, Cisco, what are you doing there? So you can learn all the commands if you want. But it's a lot of work because it's a couple of hundred commands being published in the background.
But given this way, I'm much faster in rolling out my new network, aren't
Exactly. Imagine you have like hundreds of those switches. They all come in by plug and play, and all of them will be completely automatically distributed, and you don't have to prepare anything. The only process you have to start is LAN automation. So you can do it building by building, and it can be done by an operator who most likely has no deep knowledge of VXLAN and Lisp. But it can also be done, of course, by the knowledge people in the beginning, and it helps really reducing rollout times.
So, and you're hiding the complexity from the administrator or the user just to make their life a little bit easier as well?
Absolutely, that's the idea of intent. So we want to make sure, okay, we give you all the insights to create trust, but once you have understand this and tested it, we just want to make sure it's a single NOP environment to get up in your edge node. Imagine you build a building, 50 switches, and a year later you get an extra space and you need additional switches. It's a matter of mounting the switch, cabling the switch, power it up, press these 3 buttons and you're good to go.
Okay, so now I have the switches up and running, but what happens if I want to try to connect with a client?
Yeah, that's what we do next. So one is for everybody in the room, it's about I can also select multiple devices and assign an edge role, right? I can go into edit. They are all in the fabric. It will complain because they are already distributed. But you see, I get this edge node button, so I can do this for hundreds of devices simultaneously and don't have to run through every single device. You may have recognized the host onboarding button here.
Yeah.
So this is now the magic piece, which is the next step. This has some preparation to be done. SD Access, we had a former name called Secure Access, is about security. So you need to decide what kind of authentication you want to do. If you're coming from a traditional network, most likely you don't have authentication. So your clients don't running 802.1x supplicants or stuff like this. So you can go no authentication. Or you say, no, I want to do a closed authentication environment, so the endpoint needs to authenticate and authorize using the network. So we send credentials and do a challenge and response. We send an AV pair all the way up to Identity Services Engine, ICE will make sure, oh, Marcel is existing, and push back the policy with the proper VLAN and IP addressing for you, and opens up the port so that the endpoint gets the correct IP address.
So it means if you just select close authentication and set as default, all my wired network is now up and ready for .1x?
Correct. In the same moment, it's completely up and running for 802.1x. Imagine how many commands 802.1x were on the switch in the past.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how many lines of configuration was needed in the older times to configure .1x on my switch ports. It was a lot of pain, so this looks really easy for me.
Yeah, and the fun was if you have different platforms and different iOS versions, it was a lot of fun. If you are a network engineer, you know what we are talking about. But by the end of the day, you don't want to deal with this anymore. And it's also taking care about software updates. So if I get a new version, it will push the proper configuration to the device.
Oh, wow.
So the next thing we need to do is the virtual network itself. We already selected the demo VN, which is being provisioned in the network. You may have recognized there's an infrastructure VN. So the infrastructure VN has the job of connecting access points and extended nodes, so smaller switches which can be connected to an edge node. And access points need to operate in the underlay network to reach the wireless controller and do all the roaming management. And therefore we have built a VN which is not a VN. So finally it's a show IP route, no VRF configuration, but the name of it is infra VN. So we don't have to touch this because we do the wired demo for now. The only thing I have to do now is, okay, I need to add an IP pool. Oh. So we have created this IP pool before. There's no IP pool, that is interesting. So this is about live demos, right? Let me get into it. So in general, we have to add the IP pool, which is not presenting here. So the demo fails. This is all about live demos, right? Normally we get the IP pool into the controller. We have the authentication profile. Something is really going wrong here. I'm sorry about this. This is normally always happening. So we can add the IP pool here. Let me go through one more time and see if it's after a reload, if it's going. So adding the IP pool to the virtual network. So back to VN, back to host onboarding, back to virtual network, back to demo, add an IP pool, and we still don't see it. So let's leave it like here. So we are adding the IP pool to the network. Give it the nomination, the job of being a data pool or a voice pool, which ends up in the decision, do we provide it as a trunk port for a phone, or if you provide it just as an access port in that case, and decide if this is has a scalable group for further policy test in that case. So once we have done this, we can add this, and so in this case it's not showing up. Let me fall back. I have a plan B for you, and I really apologize that this happens to the controller. So let's go in my demo VN in my other Fabric site. You see that I have added IP pools in here, and this ends up in provisioning the IP information into the switch. We are configuring interface VLAN with a number, and the number is up to us, so you don't have to distinguish between numbers or prepare anything in here. And we'll be pushed to the switch and make the switch IP reachable. And as soon as it now, because we had 802.1x enabled, if you log into the switch using 802.1x, you will be assigned the proper VLAN, and you immediately get a DHCP answer and can work.
Oh, wow. So again, there was no CLI until now, right?
There's no CLI until now.
Wow.
So once I've done this, I can go further down, and now I have, I do see the list of my switches. In my case now, the Frankfurt domain, because Berlin has some issues. We need to troubleshoot this later on. There will be an assurance message, most likely what's going on. So I get a full overview about my switches. And in this Fabric, I have a couple of switches, Cat9Ks with different number scheme, and they are all enabled by LAN automation. And I get a full overview about my network environment, my connected ports. You see I've already configured some. Let's sort them with a link up status. So you can detect, okay, there are a couple of devices connected already. And those devices are different. I have one port which has no configuration in it. So it looks like empty, but my default authentication is 802.1x. In this port, I already have pre-assigned this port statically to a given thing. So let's do it for this specific port. Let's assign it, because there are 3 different ways of assigning a port. We have a so-called user or endpoint policy or profile, means your PC, your Mac, whatever end device you have, it's just an access port. We have an access point, therefore we need the infra VN, and we do have a server port if you want to connect a server to the network. And the server most likely runs in separate VLANs to serve different customers or different applications to your endpoints. And it will provision a trunk to the interface so that you can be part of different virtual networks if you want. Once you have selected it, you can select the IP pool for this environment, because we do not do 802.1x. 1x will return a VLAN ID for you, so will be auto-assigned to the correct VLAN. If you do a static authentication, we don't have this information. So you need to do this manually. You can assign a group for policy, which I'm not doing here right now, and you can say, no, it's a no authentication. So I do an exception to my default policy. So the port is a static, standard, traditional layer 2 access port as you know it from the past.
Okay, so just in case I have an old printer which is not capable of running .1x, this would be the solution to get the printer in the Fabric up and running.
That is a perfect example. I can put a description on top of it so that if you want to do this, I mean, you know, okay, I have this printer connected to my network. I can put in a special description and DNS Center will put the description into the port configuration for you. So when I update this, I need to apply the configuration. You may have recognized I can do it now. I can schedule it. And schedule means I can also send this change all the way up to an IT service management tool like ServiceNow, Remedy, or whatever you have in mind. And this will create a change in this change management, and somebody needs to approve the change. If the change has not been approved, then the change will not be fulfilled from the system. So nobody configures the network. Either DNS Center doesn't push anything, and if you approve the change and the time window matches, then DNS Center will fulfill the change at the given time.
Okay, so I assume the integration in any IT service management is exactly the same like the integration with ICE or the IPAM services?
That is correct. So we did exactly the same. So we put in IPAM, we put in IT service management, and it's as open as this. So we integrate, if you go through the controller, you will see ServiceNow, but it's totally open to integrate other IT service management vendors. So we want to be independent in that case, and therefore we open up the platform, and there may be some work on the other vendor side to do because they need to call our APIs, but this is all documented, and there are also software development kits available.
Okay. So now, given the fact that the Fabric is up and running, how do I troubleshoot? How do I see? Because I can remember at the beginning you mentioned something with assurance. So what's this kind of feature in DNS Center?
Yeah, that's a good ask. You have seen that we have now brought the Fabric up and running. The ports are connected, either authentic dynamically or you do a static port assignment. We saw a bit of wireless. We embedded the wireless controller. We did not the demo, but it's as simple as this. So you just add the wireless SSID, assign an IP address scheme, and it will push it out to the network. So the next thing is, once you're up and running, of course, you go into the life cycle of the network. And therefore, DNS Center comes along with network assurance. So in the beginning, I told you, when we enable the devices and put it into the inventory of DNS Center automatically starts collecting the environment. So we get analytics data from the switches into DNS Center, and DNS Center will do a math and calculate the analytics data, are they in good shape or are they in bad shape. And as you can see, I at least have a wireless controller, finally, which is one of the unsupported controllers in my network, which is not green, but my core distribution and access environment is fine. You see I have about a 97% health of my wired environment, so I have 35 connected devices to the Fabric. And it may have happened that in Berlin, some of the 1X clients already showed up and connected to the network and are already into operation and pinging through the network and doing the application stuff.
Okay, so when I remember correctly at the beginning, there was ICE mentioned on your slides as well. So ICE is already known for the policies. So how is the policy integration with ICE working with DNS Center? Is there something special? Because you mentioned I do not have to go to ICE.
That is correct. So what we have done, if you go to settings, I give you a quick overview where you can see ICE in the system. So we haven't touched it, but in the system 360, we have a connection to ICE. It's based on pxGrid. So you just have to give DNS Center an IP address of ICE and the credentials and press on apply, and will form a trust connection between the two. They will exchange certificates and form a secure channel. So that's all you have to do. They turn green. And from now on, ICE can act as a radius and TACAC server for network and user authentication, but it will also be the policy engine. So we talked about security in the network. So the Fabric we have set up is actually just serving IP connectivity, and you're allowed to do anything, whatever you want. If it's IP reachable, it's not limited. No access list, no additional security, it's all up to the firewall. In the policy module of DNA Center, we utilize Cisco TrustSec, and we have also a policy matrix inside Identity Services Engine, and what we did is we mirror the view from Identity Services Engine into DNA Center. And this is what we see here on the screen. So we get the matrix, you see all the groups. So the question is, where do the groups come from? And actually, I have connected my Identity Services Engine to the Active Directory in the lab. And these are the groups we have learned from Active Directory, which is, for instance, it's a user group of employees, of guests, of a company A, of partners. So some examples just to make it visible. And these groups can have a relation. You need to bring the groups into a virtual network. So if I go to the virtual network tab, I have the option to go into demo and just drag and drop groups into the virtual network. And from now on, the new group, the TrustSec servers, will be part of virtual network demo 1. So if you authenticate in that group, you automatically get the correct VLAN provisioned onto your access port.
And all you have to do is just using drag and drop?
Drag and drop, that's all you need to do.
Wow.
So then the next thing is, let's go back to the matrix. Now you can start limiting the traffic. So if you want to apply a policy, and let's grab one of the policies here, you can just click on it, and we've prepared one, and the policy has a name and has an access list in it, and the access list in this case is permit HTTP and HTTPS only, and do a deny any at the end. So what's now available is that from BYOD to contractors, so these are the two groups, maybe I log in as BYOD user, you log in as contractor. If we are belonging to the same virtual network, we get an access list applied to our access switches. So when I want to contact you, I can do this used on the HTTPS basis, but I cannot ping you anymore and cannot FTP you anymore. I give you a simple use case. One of the use cases is, if you have a printer and an employee sitting in the same network, you want the employee to print in the network. But if you don't want the employee to manage the printer, that means that we limit the traffic between... Sorry, he has a fly on his head, so that is why we are laughing. I apologize for this, so it happens from time to time. So that is about live streaming in here. So the employee cannot manage the printer, but they are capable of printing to the printer. But if I'm a desktop administrator and a printer administrator, I can print and I can do SSH and HTTP management into the printer environment in that case.
So I don't have to know anything about the actual SGTs and contracts and so on. All I have to know what kind of services I want to limit?
Correct. So this list, you tell them HTTP from A to B, and the rest is under the covers. And just to give you a last example, if you go into the work center of ICE, you don't have to get there. It's completely automated from here. You go into the TrustSec environment. You go into TrustSec components. And there you have the security group access list metrics. It looks pretty much the same as in DNA Center. And you find the contract of HTTPS. So if I pull the contract, you recognize that this contract is now being translated into real CLI. So this is the HCL we are going to push into the network.
Oh, so you've done everything through DNA Center. So even if there was some kind of configuration in ICE, if there was some configuration in the IPAM system,
correct,
I still had my single point of view. I didn't need any CLI to get the switches up and running.
That is correct.
And there was the assurance part to, and any troubleshooting steps necessary to step into.
That is correct. This is absolutely correct. So before I sum up, ICE is completely hidden behind the network, and we're behind the DNA Center, so that we do all the work, all the CLI work you formerly did. It's completely automated between ICE and DNA Center. So let's do a quick summary what we have done in the last couple of minutes. We have talked about software-defined access, which is an up-to-date solution between DNA Center and the network environment. We integrated this into Identity Services Engine for policy, and we did a full automation to bring up a client and a network device zero touch. That means the network switch boots up into the DNA Center. It will get a full configuration. We assign a policy to the access port like 802.1x. Marcel can log into the network, gets IP connectivity, and by the end of the day, once he has connectivity, I give him a policy so that he cannot connect to the printer anymore. For that, I want to close now, and I want to thank you for participating in my session, and I hope it was very valuable for you, and you get some learnings out of this, and I encourage you to try this out in our lab and play around with this to get the new stuff learned.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus, and thank you, everybody else. So, again, it was really amazing to see how easy it is to set up these Fabric with DNA Center without using any CLI, and to get the integration with ICE and all the other products. So I'm looking forward for everybody to try it out, and thanks a lot.
Thank you.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure, one unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime, anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here. And here. But also here. And definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Al de rijkdom van de wereld kwamen hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering with dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
ongelooflijk,
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need, at the point where all your clouds meet and share, but also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry, Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi.
There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection. Joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Welcome to Cisco Live. Thank you for watching our talk. I am Gabriel Zapodano, Technical Marketing Engineer with Cisco Business Unit and Price Center Business Unit. Today with me I have David Hunt.
Thank you, Gabby. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm the Technical Architect for Cisco's Technical Experience team, so thrilled to be here.
During our talk, we are going to cover briefly REST APIs and webhooks. We will show you how to configure Cisco DNA Center webhooks. We will share with you how simple it is to create a webhook receiver. We will go over the implementation of webhooks that TechX used during Cisco Live Latin America. And we will share with you how to build additional integrations using webhooks. What is REST API? You probably are seeing a lot of conversations about APIs, and REST APIs is one of the many different types of APIs that us network engineers need to be comfortable with. RESTful APIs use HTTP requests to create, read, update, or delete objects. We can ask a server to create a new resource. We can read information from the server, update existing resources, or delete them. Making REST APIs are very easy. It's very simple to create a new API request. Our client application will start a request, will send it to the server, and the server will respond. The transaction happens very quickly. All the information the server is needing, requires for that request to be successful, will be provided by the client application. There are only a few components that REST APIs required to make it to be successful. One is the URL. We need the application server and the API resource. Of course, application servers could have multiple API endpoints. We need to provide an information to the server to know what resource we are accessing. Most of the times, you are going to need to provide an authentication. That could be most likely HTTP basic, custom OAuth, and there are some platforms that do not require any authentication. The headers, a typical one could be application JSON if we are going to require the server to provide us information in that format. The request body is what we are sending to the server. The client application may need to send the server the specific data in order for that request to be completed. The method is what we are asking the server to do for us. We may want to create a new resource, Swift Post. Get will ask the server to provide us information regarding the resource. With put, we can update the resource, and delete will delete that resource. Here is a REST API request example. In this API request, we'll ask the Cisco DNA Center to provide us information regarding a MAC client, the MAC address of the client, at the specific time. The URL is composed from the application server and the resource. The header instructs the server that I'm going to send information using application JSON, and in this case, I'm going to ask the server to provide us the information that we are asking formatted in JSON. The header will include also the authentication that Cisco DNA Center requires. The method is get. I am going to ask the server to send me information that is existing regarding this client. Then I will use the Python JSON libraries to parse this response. The response components that are included are going to be always a status code telling us if the request has been successful. We may have some client errors or server errors. There will be enough information provided to us to allow us to troubleshoot should something may not happen as we expect. The headers will provide us information regarding the data this is provided to us. It could be JSON or XML formatted data, could be files, or could be also information regarding the date and the UTF encoding. The response body includes the information that we are asking. Here is the example of the REST API response for the request that we presented before. The status code is 200, which means has been successful. The header includes the UTF encoding and the fact that the data is application JSON, and the JSON response body. This is what we ask the server to provide to us. There is a lot of information in this payload. However, we are going to select only the information that we are interested in. In this case, we are looking for information regarding the IP address of the MAC address client, the host type, also information regarding the switch, and the access VLAN. In a summary, the REST API request and response exchange is very simple. The URL, the header, and the method get will be sent to the server that composes the request. The response includes all the information the server has about that client. That response is going to be assigned to the client response variable, which we will parse using JSON to select only the information that is important for us. Let's look at the demo of how to send the REST API request to Cisco DNA Center. Here on the assurance page for the Client 360 view, we have the information regarding the client, MAC address, switch that is connected to, and the access VLAN. This is the sample code that will be used to send the API request. The function getClientInfo includes all the information and the steps required to make this API request successful. This is the output that has been provided by Cisco DNA Center and the information that we selected from the output. There is a lot more information that Cisco DNA Center provided to us regarding the client. What about webhooks? Sometimes they are called reverse APIs. Unlike REST APIs, where the client application will send the request to a server, webhooks, the server will notify the client application. They are event-driven and will send data when needed. They typically use post or put methods to a receiver URL. There will be an auth method that could be basic auth or a variety of different other things like API keys, integration keys, or maybe no authentication required. Webhooks are very simple to use and lightweight. In this case, the application server will send a webhook, a notification to a receiver, followed by the receiver accepting and sending a status code that it received that webhook. In a summary, webhooks and REST APIs in many ways similar. However, there are significant differences between them as well. REST APIs are used by clients to interact with servers. Webhooks are used by servers to publish data to clients. They both use post and put methods. They are slightly different in a way that typically the client will send the request to the server in case of REST APIs, and the webhook is the data will be sent from the server to the client. They are a pull model and a push model. Let's look over how we can configure Cisco DNS Center webhooks. To configure Cisco DNS Center webhooks, we need to go first to the platform, followed by developer toolkit, followed by events. We will have a list of a variety of different events that we can subscribe notifications to. In our case, we are going to subscribe to notifications to the event interface connecting network interfaces is down. This is obviously a critical event that we want to be notified real time. We will click subscribe, and then we will have access to the screen where we can actually configure the webhook. There are only a few different things that we need to configure. Name the subscription, the type of subscription in this case is REST, define the URL where we are going to send the webhook, the method is going to be post, and provide the basic auth authorization that the destination receiver expects. And then we will subscribe. With only these few steps, we can subscribe to one event or multiple events. This is a typical Cisco DNS Center webhook sample payload for assurance events. There is the instance ID, which is the unique identifier for this issue. The type of event, it is a non-fabric wired, and the number that matches to the webhook event that we just configured. It will give us also details regarding the network device that triggered this event, the timestamp in epoch time, and details regarding the interface that has been detected as being down. Let's look at how webhooks can be sent from Cisco DNS Center to a receiver. We will review the configuration that we described earlier, platform, developer toolkit, and we are going to look for the event 251 for interfaces down between network devices. The webhook PA is for Python Anywhere, and this webhook has been configured to send notifications from Cisco DNS Center to Python Anywhere to a Flask receiver. This is the Flask receiver configuration. It's a very basic Flask configuration running application on Python Anywhere that provides us the ability to send notifications using webhooks. We are going to trigger an event shutting down the interface Gigabit Ethernet 105. On Python Anywhere, on the console, we can see the webhook that has been received and the further steps that you are going to see in the next few slides during another use case. Highlighted is the webhook. All the information from Cisco DNS Center that is relevant regarding this issue is provided to the receiver. We are going to use this information to create integrations and alert us using a variety of different notification systems like WebEx Teams or PagerDuty. How to build a webhook-based integration? The webhook payload and the options may not match the destination. The source may send us data, like what you are seeing here on the left-hand side, and the destination, like Jira Cloud or PagerDuty, may expect the audio authentication to be provided in a different format. Because of this, we need to convert the payload and also build the auth required by the destination. These operations can be done on an application like a simple webhook receiver that I'm going to share with you. This application needs to have a web framework to support REST APIs. It can run on a Linux container, virtual machine, or cloud. It needs to be reachable from Cisco DNS Center and can reach the platforms we desire to integrate with. Flask is a micro web framework for Python. It's a very easy application to learn. It's very popular. It includes all the libraries required to build this framework. It supports backend integrations with databases and other applications. Setup is really very fast and it's simple. It takes only 5 minutes. And even for those like us, I am not a developer, I'm a network engineer, we can do it in literally with very little effort. The Flask application, in my case, will run on Python Anywhere. The reason I'm using Python Anywhere is because it is very easy to set up. I need to be able to reach Python Anywhere from a variety of our cloud platforms. Also, it does support fully Flask applications and databases, has great documentation and tutorials. This is the web application dashboard. I can see here information regarding my application, how many hits per month, statistics for day. I have access also to troubleshoot my application looking at server logs or access logs. And also I have the options to configure this application from this dashboard. Next, we are going to turn to Dave to share with us his use case of how they deployed webhooks during Cisco Live Cancun.
All right. Thank you, Gabby. You know, and thank you for letting me be here. You know, I'm part of the technical experiences team. That means that we end up building these networks for Cisco Live Cancun, Cisco Live San Diego, as well as others. So I just quickly want to talk about who we are, what we do, and of course, the deployment, the need that we have for the automated tools so we can monitor and troubleshoot much more efficiently. We need to. We build these entire networks from, you know, within a very short period of time, within 5 days. So this slide I'm really just showing is what is our charter. The technical experience, you know, option, we have to build a network that's secure. This very broadcast is being sent over the enterprise network that a team like ours builds. We don't actually do the Cisco Live Europe team. We do all the other Cisco Lives, but this is it has to be a reliable network they build. That means that registration has to work, that the Wi-Fi, the attendee Wi-Fi must work, but at the same time, we want to make the network part of the demo. So we've introduced a technology, there's one here today called Open Roaming. It's latest, greatest technology. So we get a chance to showcase what Cisco does and the latest technologies do at the same time providing these very secure communication, right? The secure network that we must have. So quickly, this gives an overview of some of the topologies that we build. These are the largest ones that we have. Cisco Live San Diego this last June was stretched along a mile long of bayfront property there in San Diego that we had to, in several different hotels in several different locations. Then we moved to Cisco Live Cancun, which we're going to talk about the successes we had with webhooks there. But again, another property stretching along a seafront property, multiple hotels, indoor and outdoor, that provided the backdrop for Cisco Live there. And then we moved to Cisco, we have our Impact. This is our sales event that we have, very large, again, 97 IDFs, 580 access, you know, switches that are involved in there, huge number of access points, approximately 800 access points deployed there. And then we have our event that we're going to attend this very next month that I hope to, again, bring more of our tools that you've helped us provide here in Melbourne, and that's an event right there in downtown Melbourne, and a new convention center there. So, sorry about that. So, why do we need these? It's important to know that, you know, we're about 5 guys that work on this full time. 5 guys to configure, manually touch each and every one of these switches, literally into the thousands at times, let alone the access points, the controllers, the internet edge. All this stuff we need to actually build up rather rapidly. We have, after this event here, we'll be moving into Melbourne, which is less than 4 weeks away. So we need to be efficient with our time, and automation is necessity. And then when we're on site, this is where webhooks comes into a key highlight, is that we need to be able to be, you know, proactive rather than reactive. So with that, let me show you what we did in Latin America. We have implemented the Cisco DNA solution using webhooks. We put this up onto a Teams page that all our members, not only the 5 guys that do this full time, but the 15 volunteers, the best and brightest that Cisco has, our systems engineers that we bring in to help us with this, we can monitor each one of these events that happen. And with that, during this 4-day event, we had almost 5,000 network issues that were brought forward. Some of them, just minor. Someone unplugged a device because they were moving that device around. Interface goes down. It's important to know this is happening. Something unique with this, Latin America is that we actually we actually move and readjust the rooms from day to day. And when that happens, sometimes, it's just unplugging the switch. But this next example was kind of unique for us. We noticed that we were seeing interface flapping, messages coming up, something that without webhooks we wouldn't have been able to be proactive. Usually when the Cisco NOC that we are show up on site, the user looks at us and thinks, oh no, what did I do wrong? Not, oh, they're here to help typically. Not when they're not called in to help. So in our case, we showed up on site, and here we were. We saw this interface flapping. 2 of our engineers went up into the office and said, we think we have an issue, and it was the testing center. The last thing we want is our customers to be in the middle of a CCI exam, and the testing center is having issues, right? That would be horrible. So we showed up there. What we didn't know is that we didn't pay attention to the testing center's hours. They had closed early that day, and they were doing upgrades, and machines were upgrading and power cycling, and ports were going up and down, but it was an expected behavior. But we got to be proactive with that. We've got to be the network that we wanted to be, that we see problems before the user knows or was even aware these kind of things were going on. So we were to say the least, very excited, and webhooks showed its true value for us. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you, Gabby.
Thank you, Dave. The part that is very interesting is that actually we talked in probably mid-September about webhooks and the use case and the proof of concept that I developed. And then later, maybe about a month, you have a full application stack ready for production, tested, and be able to take full advantage of these capabilities during Cisco Live Cancun.
Oh, and it showed too.
It is very fast for us to innovate and integrate using these kind of applications. And next I'm going to share with you how to build these integrations. Of course, webhooks are great, but we need to use them. And in this next section, I'm going to share with you how we can build an integration between webhooks from Cisco DNA Center to a variety of different systems, like PagerDuty for notifications, Jira, Cloud Service Desk for IT ticketing, and WebEx Teams. You are going to see that it will take only a few seconds from the moment that Cisco DNA Center detects an issue. We are going to have a ticket created in Jira. We are going to be able to send notifications using webhooks to a variety of different platforms. You are going to send notifications, WebEx Teams, and PagerDuty. Also, this enables us to do other things. We can log all the received notifications for as long as we need. We are going to be able to build reports, dashboards, training, or even analyze them and be able to proactively detect issues that could become chronic over time. It will allow us to have much better accuracy and a lot of different, enable us for a lot of different innovation in time. The webhook receiver, in my case, runs on Python Anywhere. It will receive notifications from the Cisco DNA Center. Once the notification is received, it will be processed, and the data transformation will select only the information that is important to create a Jira Service Desk ticket. Using the service ticket, we are going to send a notification to PagerDuty. This notification will include links to the ticket system and the issue, and to the Cisco DNA Center issue details. We are always going to send also notifications to WebEx Teams, like the one that you had during Cancun, so the network operators are aware of these new issues. Also, this webhook receiver will publish REST APIs that allow me to get access to all the logs received from all the webhooks, be able to integrate with additional systems like voice assistant platforms. Here is a sample of what the ITSM integration looks to Jira Cloud Service Desk. It includes a brief description of the ticket, a description of the problem, and the link to the Cisco DNA Center issue details. By accessing that link, we will have access to the Cisco DNA Center details for this issue, where we can find out more information about the issue. The Cisco WebEx team notification, in this case, I have two different notifications that has been received. One is for an interface down, a second one is for a power failure on a catalyst switch. We have here also a bot where we can ask basically the receiver how many notifications have been received today, and we had 11. These are a couple of screenshots for the PagerDuty notifications. One is on the mobile app, and the other is on the web page. Both include, obviously, the link to the Jira issue details, and, very important, the link to the Cisco DNA Center issue details. Let's go over a quick demo. We are going to trigger an event by shutting down an interface. I'm using a script using netconf to disable this interface. We are going to see that in a few seconds, we are going to get a notification on WebEx Teams that the new event has been detected. From WebEx Teams, we have access to the DNA Center issue details and the incident in Jira. Accessing the Jira event details, the issue details, we are going to have information regarding a brief description of the problem and the link to the Cisco DNA Center issue details that allows us to continue our troubleshooting. The assurance event details gives us even more details regarding the issue, the network devices that are connected, and the opportunity to run troubleshooting commands on Cisco DNA Center to troubleshoot this problem. For demonstration purposes, I'm going to run the configuration commands. I'm going to find out the interface configurations on both ends of the interface that is down. PagerDuty has information regarding the event, and it is convenient for those customers that have PagerDuty to observe how they can use PagerDuty to collect information from the Jira ticket or the Cisco DNA Center issue details. Those links are provided. In a summary, Cisco DNA Center Assurance real-time event notifications enable us to build integrations using webhooks. They enable IT organizations to become proactive and provide us access to full issue details and the suggested actions. The sample code for the use case that I presented today can be found in this repository on GitHub. This repository is part of the GitHub Cisco Enterprise Networking Programmability Organization. This organization includes a lot of other use cases and sample code that you may find useful when you use the REST APIs provided by Cisco DNA Center. There are a few other resources that you have available to learn about APIs and how to use APIs with Cisco DNA Center. Those are on the Enterprise Network Programmability YouTube channel, where we publish videos with demos of how you can access information that is available on Cisco DNA Center. There are a lot of other resources that are hosted by DevNet with a lot of code on Code Exchange or Automation Exchange. Also, using the DevNet sandboxes, you can start your troubleshooting, your development efforts without investing in your own lab. Thank you for joining us today, and should you have any questions, you can reach me on Twitter, or you can find the information on how to reach me or submit questions on the Cisco Enterprise Networking GitHub organization or the YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Gabby.
Do you need a network for 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And only one network delivers both.
Hey guys, I'm standing here in front of the Cisco store, which is at the entrance of the hub in Hall 6. We've got a tour set up and they're going to show some of the smart store technology that Cisco has developed with our partners for our customers in the retail industry. If you follow me, we'll go check it out. The Cisco store is where you can come and buy merchandise from Cisco, like water bottles and hats and that sort of thing. What we're actually showing here today is like a demo of our smart retail solutions.
Cisco Vision is our dynamic signage solution, which allows us to change manually any of these signs with the click of an Apple device. DNA Spaces is capturing information of anyone that has a device. So basically, I can tell how many people are around the store, I can tell how long you've dwelled in certain spaces. As a retailer, that allows me to understand more about my customer, and it also allows me to personalize some of the experiences for you. Outside here, you'll see a couple of MV12s. These are our security cameras. I can toggle back and forth to different views inside the store. So you're starting to see how all the technology is connected together.
One of the cool things that you can do is use augmented reality through the partnership with Oculus to get inside of the camera and zoom in to your space. The store is outfitted with RFID sensors. If I were to walk out of the store, it will trigger a notification on the associate's device, and with Cisco Vision, trigger a notification that help is on the way.
So if I come into this fitting room, it's going to recognize the item that I have, and it's also going to show some recommended products that go along with this. I can click on a different size and request that. All the associates on the floor are going to get a message on their phone that says, hey, there's a task in the dressing room. You can connect all the channels in your ecosystem with this smart fitting room.
So we have some really amazing solutions around people counting, smart fitting rooms. We've even got a VR headset that you can use to see what the inside of the store layout's going to look like. That really helps retailers to digitize their in-store experience. If you want to learn more about this topic, check out the virtual tour on our website and you can find out more there.
We're here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020 and we've come to the end of the Thursday, so it's time for our next daily show. So lots of people are kind of heading towards the keynote. We're going to be bringing you that very soon, but just before that, we're going to be chatting a little bit about the startup of the day, and we'll be building into that keynote and taking you there. 17,000 people here in Barcelona who are here at the show are also getting ready for tonight's party, where we'll have Nile Rodgers and Chic. So very excited for that myself as well. But just before we get to the keynote and we get to the party, I'm thrilled to be joined by Chiraka. So hey Chiraka, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us in the studio. So you're the Chief Technology Officer of Panacea. Sure. So tell us a little bit about Panacea.
Yeah, so Panacea is the leading product in continuous controls monitoring for cybersecurity. Basically, we help security leaders and security teams get visibility into the organization's security posture. So we help them construct complete inventories of all the assets they need to protect. We assess whether the controls are deployed everywhere where they need to be to protect all those assets, and then we measure the performance of all those security controls to make sure that they're performing optimally.
And we've had a huge focus on cybersecurity here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. So what would you say is really kind of the customer need, or what's the challenges that you're trying to solve with Panacea?
Yeah, so we see a couple of different scenarios. You know, we see customers who have no visibility into their security. You know, they're really quite early in their maturity curve, and they don't have the insights they need to make security decisions. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we see customers who are spending a lot of resources trying to get that visibility, manually. And the reason why it's so hard to get that visibility is, first of all, you've got all these security tools out there. Some customers that we're working with have over 50 different security tools that they need to manage. It's impossible to get visibility across that amount of security tooling. And then on the other hand, you've also got the IT infrastructure landscape that's evolving quite rapidly, with everything leaving the data center. Everything's moving into the cloud, into mobile environments, into IoT environments. So all this complexity in the technology landscape is making it really hard to get that unified view that the security team needs.
And that sounds really difficult with the kind of skills gap that we've got in cybersecurity, right? And the lack of resources that a lot of organizations have these days.
Yeah, I mean, we see some security teams are spending 30% of their time creating reports to get this visibility. So that's 30% of their time that they're not spending doing security. We need security teams to actually be doing security and protecting their businesses.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously you mentioned cybersecurity, key focus on some of the challenges. So how does Panacea actually work?
Yeah, so it's all a data-driven approach, really. So we have a connector catalog, over 70 different connectors, a whole load of Cisco integrations as well, which allows us to reach into all of these IT and security systems and collect the data that we need to mine to get the visibility. And then essentially what we do is we construct dashboards that present reports of this visibility to different stakeholders.
Got it. And so obviously we talked about some of the challenges, but why is this so hard to do? What's unique about Panacea? What do you bring into the table for customers?
So again, it really comes down to the data. There's the volume of the data, there's the distribution of the data. It's really spread across so many different data silos. And also there's the diversity in the data as well. You've got every system is talking about the same security artifacts, but they're using different formats and different languages to do that. So what we do is bring all that data together in one place and unify it, standardize it so that you can do consistent and accurate analysis on that data.
Got it. And obviously here in Barcelona, as I already mentioned, we've got around 17,000 people here at the show. So what brings you, as an individual, here to Cisco Live, and what are you bringing to the Cisco Live community with Panacea?
Yeah, so we're huge fans of the Cisco Live. This is the third event that we've been to. We've got a whole range of relationships with Cisco. So Cisco is, first of all, an investor in Panacea. We've also provided the product to Cisco. So Cisco is a customer of ours, and we're also a close partner of Cisco. As I mentioned, we're deeply embedded in the Cisco ecosystem with our integrations, and we can provide visibility on top of all of the security products out there, Cisco as well as non-Cisco products.
Got it. And obviously with our Cisco strategy, we're always investing in startups that we think have really great potential and aligned to where we're trying to go, obviously with our own security approach as well. So what is it that, tell us a bit about your journey with Cisco. What's that been like, obviously being quite a small startup, and you see it here at the show, the kind of scale of Cisco, right? So what's that journey in that?
Yeah, it's been quite overwhelming actually at times. There's so many different strands, so many different people to meet, and so many different opportunities that are available to us now that we're part of the Cisco ecosystem. And really it's all about, how do we focus our resources to get the most out of those opportunities that you guys have made available to us.
Got it. And just one last question, because obviously we're coming towards the end of the show here. So what's been your highlight of the show this week?
So I've met a whole range of different potential customers, potential partners, and what I'll be taking away is trying to figure out what the next steps are with those customers and prospects, and seeing how we can capitalize on those opportunities for Panacea.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Taraka, for joining me in the studio. We're going to take a look at this Women of Cisco video. It was another event that happened this week. Take a look and stay tuned.
Well, we're here at Cisco Live 2020, right here in Barcelona, and we're asking everybody, what's the best thing about Cisco Live?
For me, the best thing about Cisco Live is getting closer to the Cisco teams.
I like the technical part, basically.
The whole hospitality. I think we are very well being taken care of.
People are great, beverage, food. For me, everything's good.
I would say the biggest thing is seeing all the products. That's a big thing, seeing what's up and coming.
World of solution. You can find everything, you can see everything, you can touch everything.
Being an advocate of the gateway, somewhere to come and chill out with a little massage in between, gets you ready for the next event.
We
meeting so many people and connecting with the Cisco engineers.
Whether it's other peers, whether it's people who work at Cisco, subject matter experts, it's just the community of folks in the industry.
A lot of specialists, a lot of colleagues, and a lot of other partners from whole Europe.
Talk to them to build your network.
For everyone, whether that's Cisco or our partners, we can all come together, we can learn from each other, we can share what we've done in the last year and sort of look at what we want to do in the future. Just that opportunity, I think that's great. 17,000 people under one roof, I think that's just brilliant and amazing.
Today, we have an exciting opportunity to inspire each other as we talk about this journey of inclusion. We believe that creating an environment of inclusion is important, and we do that through many activities such as this.
I've been coming to Networkers Cisco Live in Europe since 2005, so this is my 15th year. It gives us the opportunity to be a stronger community.
Diversity allows us to be more creative, and it allows us to have different points of view as we go to market with our partners and our customers.
It actually provides a platform where we are able to share our experiences. Different people do things differently, and you can learn so much. It's an opportunity to learn, it's really an opportunity to learn.
It allows you to connect to people that are just like you, that are working in technology.
Being able to actually connect and be in the same space as other women who are in your same technological space, it's just, food for the soul.
So in the month of March, we're going to be celebrating Each for Equal. We'll celebrate development, inclusion, inspiration, and giving back. And we would love for all of you to be part of it.
Things need to be changed, and I think that looking for diverse people, no matter what background or whatever, makes the team much richer. We need to make it much more attractive for the females to go into the technology.
Different points of view come into play based on what people have lived through in their lives. So diversity, I think, is the main route to success.
People want to help each other, support each other, guide and advise, and I encourage everyone, get connected, network, and you'll really enjoy it.
Go out there, be confident, and just be yourself.
Wow, what an inspiring video. I love that. And I really wish I could make it down to that event, but there was so much going on this week I didn't get a chance. I'm definitely going to make sure I do that at my next Cisco Live. So Steve and Zane are out in the keynote space. I'm really excited to check in with you guys. How's it going over there?
Hello, my Nishi. We're going to call her Nishi here for the whole rest of the time. There's our Nishi. Look how cool this is. All right, so they've opened up the main doors. We've got the band jamming back over here on this side. They keep putting the NetVets up on the main screen. And as I said to Zane earlier, my name's never up there in NetVets. What's the deal?
I don't know, Steve. Why is Steve's name not up there?
I don't know.
I don't understand.
Your first time out here.
My name was up there.
Your name was up in NetVets already? All right, I'm going to talk to somebody. I'm talking to Bonnie. We're getting this thing taken care of. All right, so let's talk about what's going on. We're about to move into this closing keynote. Richard Browning, pretty amazing dude, right? So, I mean, he's the rocket man. He's the guy, he's actually, I believe, we're going to see something at the beginning. I'm not going to give it away here right now, but what's so cool about his company that he built up, started in 2017, right? They did a huge amount of events right out of the gate. First 18 months, 60 different events in 20 countries in just a year and a half, and it's built up the name of this organization so quickly, and he made such a name for himself, and what's really cool, it's education-based, and so much of what Cisco Live is all about is what? Education, bringing people along, getting them hyped up, right?
Exactly. That's what we're here for. Listen, Steve, I've learned so much this week. This was my first ever Cisco Live. I feel like my brain has literally grown. I think it's grown. What do you think?
Absolutely. Hey, by the way, you decided not to do it. All right, so here's what we were going to do. We had this idea of having Lucy, our spectacular makeup person who's been with us all week, we were going to actually do hashtag CLEUR, which is our social media post right across. Wait a minute, is it there?
No,
it's not there.
Here.
You were going to put it in there. I wanted to put it across Zane's forehead. I thought that would be the most fun thing to do, and
I think so.
You begged out on the whole thing?
No. So listen, we're going to put CLEUR on that side of my face. Just wait. So as
it's on the top of the screen. Oh, we just found out.
There we go.
So basically, are you okay? So I'm just going to let you guys know in the back. Are you actually superimposing it over Zane's forehead like we asked? You can tell me. You can be honest with me. Okay, great. It's right across your forehead, just so you know right now. Hashtag CLEUR right up to the very end. 6:15 is when we're going to be wrapping up here, but then you and I, along with Nish and David back in the studio, we're going to come back. We're going to put a little button on the end of the week here. We've had such an incredible time, but we're going to recap some of our favorite moments of the event for all of you. And again, invite you guys to continue commenting in using hashtag CLEUR, but be a part of the event. There's really nothing like being right here in the room, right, Zane?
It's insane, Steve. It's insane. Listen, if you're watching from home this time, next time, you need to get yourself here. Just look at this. Feel the energy, man. We were dancing earlier on.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, we have to do one more thing. Follow me over here, Steve. Here, come here. So these things here, by the way, I just wanted to let everybody know. This is how cool. So Richard is, all right, I'll go ahead and I'll let you guys know. He's going to be flying in here in the suit, which is pretty cool. If you've ever seen him do that before, they've given these really awesome headphones to everybody because those jets on his jetpack are ridiculously loud. So you think it's loud in here right now? Everybody's going to need to be wearing these things. So they're hanging over the back of each of the chairs, which I think is really, really cool. Again, where else do you get to come to an event and enjoy this kind of crazy stuff? A dude's going to fly in on a jet suit.
I don't know, Steve. I don't know.
All right, why don't we go find some friends to talk to, like back over there on that side. In fact, we'll get some of our champions. David, we're going to go back up to you in the studio for now, but please come back to us, okay?
I certainly will, Steve. Thanks for that intro. And I'm joined by our final guest for the week, and I think we've scored an absolute great interview for the last session of the week, just before the closing keynote, a prime spot. I'm honoured to be joined by our SVP and CIO for Cisco's IT worldwide. She comes from my neighbouring Australia. We're pretty much neighbours anyway. Many people forget that Cisco itself is a large customer, a large IT user, and I think our guest has a particularly difficult job because our users, our engineers, tend to try and break stuff all the time. So I don't envy that aspect of her work. Jackie Gushala, thank you so much for being on the show today.
Pleasure.
Now, you were telling me backstage just now that you've only been at Cisco for 10 months, and I guess that means this is your first
11 months.
Live.
It
11
is.
months. Your first Cisco Live in Europe. How have you found it? How is it different to Cisco Live in other parts of the world?
Yeah. So, first one in Barcelona. I mean, it has been absolutely incredible. I definitely grew up in Australia, as you know, but I was born in Uruguay, so I'm actually Latina as well. So I've been practicing my Spanish. I've been eating lots of tapas. I really love the culture of the people here, I mean, in Barcelona. And you know, honestly, that whole European flavor that we get into our sessions here has been great to watch.
Well, I'm glad you're using the opportunity to flex your Spanish skills there.
Yeah.
Where have you been spending most of your time this week?
Good question. Everywhere. You know, I kicked off the IT management program where we had 1,000 of our customers actually sign up for that specific program that my team and I basically organize, share what we're doing. You know, whether it's what we're doing with WebEx solutions, what we're doing with DNAC, what we're doing to transform Cisco IT and actually help Cisco transform. So that's one part. I've been walking the floor, talking to the companies that we're investing with and partnering with just to see what solutions are coming out in the security space in particular. And just customers, you know, customers.
And I'm glad you mentioned the IT management program because for some people that might be a new topic. What were the sort of key themes or takeaways from IT management and where can people sort of find out a bit more?
Yeah, sure. So this year what we did was we focused on technology and people, technology and teams. And what was interesting was many of the participants took away a couple of things, which is technology is changing at a pace we have never seen before in the industry. But what is equally important, I think, as the complexity gets higher, is the leadership challenge around that. The cultural challenge around that. You know, how do you rally thousands of people in IT, engineers, how you said earlier, how do you rally them behind a vision that can help transform Cisco IT and Cisco as fast as we can go? Because actually, you know, speed is probably going to count more than it has ever counted before. So, you know, everything from talking about security challenges, data at the center of everything we do, how do we move things to the cloud in a multi-cloud environment while securing it? You know, all the challenges that you can imagine, we have covered all of them in the last couple of days.
Absolutely, and I think your point on speed and agility, I think, you know, that's not going away anytime soon. If anything, the pace of innovation, the pace of change, and also the pace of the new challenges that are coming towards us and our customers is only going to get more and more as we go along.
Absolutely.
And you being a first-time attendee, I'm always keen to understand, what were your personal takeaways, your personal highlights from the week? I don't know if you managed to escape the IT management program at all.
I did. I did.
What did you take away from the show overall?
Well, I think, look, what's clear is, even being inside Cisco now for 11 months, I was a customer for decades before, a customer of Cisco. I'm now inside Cisco. I've spent the last 11 months learning Cisco, the products, the solutions, our partners, and I still have a lot to learn. So my big takeaway is, how do I ramp up and continue that learning process while I mobilize the team to start really attacking the areas of the transformation that we have to do in Cisco IT. So learning, partnering with others in the industry, I think is key. And then figuring out as a leadership team, how do we lead Cisco IT through the transformation that we need to do for the company and for our customers.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
And all that time as a customer, and you never made it to Cisco Live Europe before then.
I know, isn't that bad? My team went. It wasn't anything personal. I was waiting for the invitation from Chuck. It never came, but
unbelievable.
I've got a better invitation now, right?
Yeah,
so.
That's right. We'll take it up with Chuck later.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the show is primarily directed at people that can't make it to Cisco Live in person. So what would you say to the viewers at home? What are they missing out on by not being here in person live at Cisco Live Europe?
Wow. Great question. I just don't know how to answer it in the amount of time we have. I would say the first thing is the relationships that you build here, and I've built many with customers and partners and other Cisco colleagues, in the last 3 days in a way that I can't do in my, at my desk in my job. So you have to come here for relationships. Everything is about what's happening in the industry and how quickly you can adapt to it and understand it and learn it. So that's the first thing. Secondly, the amount of products and solutions that we have here to share and experiences that customers are going through. So you said it before, I am a customer, as other CIOs and their teams are here. I'm learning from them, they're learning from me. And I think, from my perspective, learn, partnership, keep up with technology, keep up with solutions. If you don't come, you absolutely should come.
Absolutely. Perfect note to end on. Thank you so much for your time, Jackie. You've heard it here. You've got to get down to the show just to, feel the atmosphere, get the networking done.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to head out to Steve and Zane, who are out on the show floor, trying to get a bit of an idea of what it's like out there.
They're getting excited.
Talk about feeling the atmosphere. We couldn't have any more atmosphere than this group. These guys are Cisco champions. Give it up, everybody. Woo! All right, so for those of you who have not been to a Cisco Live before, if you do not want to know what a Cisco champion is or why these people are so amazing and important in what we do here at the event, this is Lauren Friedman. Lauren heads up the Cisco Champion program. Talk to us about what it is and what these crazy lunkheads all around here are actually doing at the show.
Crazy. So these are our technical influencers. They have to apply every year. They're under NDA for a full year, and we do all this stuff. We do pre-briefings, message testing, beta testing, and then we try to do lots of fun stuff with them. So at Cisco Live, we record podcasts, Cisco Champion Radio. We give them behind-the-scenes tours. We have them meet with executives. It's a lot of fun, a lot of running around.
And you've got a very busy job. Now, by the way, how much time is actually spent in training people like Ketil to hold the Cisco Champion sign exactly correctly?
It's about 30 hours.
30 hours
but,
or so?
But they can do a learning credits for holding, yeah.
Oh, see, he's still dropping it. Clearly, you're going to need 40 hours. You're going to need the...
I need more time to hold it.
We're going to keep working with you. You're totally fine. Hey, Zane, talk to some of our crazy crew over here.
Guess what? I have a Cisco champion.
Okay.
GJ. Yeah. How's Cisco Live going?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Had a lot of sessions, talked with a lot of people, so yeah.
Fantastic, GJ. And listen, tell us, how did you become a Cisco champion? What did you do?
Well, I applied, and you have to fill in all sorts of information about yourself, and then you go through a strict...
We spent hours reviewing and vetting applications. Like many hours.
The main thing is, he's a Cisco champion.
Let's go over this way. Hey, Steve, follow me around. I want to get to these guys. I'm going to climb into the middle of you. Oh, we're going back over here on this side? All right. Yeah. So, Mir, fabulous. So, Mir, first of all, tell us where you're from.
I'm from Hungary.
You're from Hungary? Great. Yeah. Excellent. Fantastic. How many Cisco Lives have you been to?
This is my first time.
Wait a minute, this is your very first Cisco Live? I should have you talking to Zane, his first Cisco Live as well.
This is massive. Yeah,
isn't that crazy?
This rocks, right?
First time out rocks. Tell us what your experience has been. What have you seen while you've been here at the show? What's gotten you particularly excited? Stay in here with me, guys. We're too far away. I'm going to climb back here and leave it to...
Wonderful event. Yeah. I mean, I am just speechless. This is the coolest event I have ever been to.
Yeah.
From 0 to 100, everything is so cool, everything is so organized, and everybody is friendly. Even the distinguished engineers are down to the earth, and they just talk to us, we communicate, we share knowledge, experience, and wow, just wow.
I'm telling you, you could not put it better than that when we try to talk to people about what makes this particular event so special, and again, why all of you should make sure that you get here to the show. It's that everybody is not only available to you, but they are accessible. That's exactly what it is. Everybody likes to put the executives and the engineers up on this high plateau, like, oh, they're untouchable, they're amazing. You come to this show, they're friends. That's what it's kind of all about. Can you guys stay with me for a couple of minutes? We're going to go back to the studio. Can we come back and talk to more of you? Are you good with that? All right, cool. So Nish, let's go back to you in the studio for now, but don't forget about us. I want to keep talking with these great guys.
Steve, we're definitely not going to forget about you. I loved what someone said there about them feeling like they're completely speechless, and I got it just then, even thinking about it, right? So David, you're joining me here back in the studio. What a great opportunity to talk to Jackie just now. We had Steve just talking about how our executives are available the whole way through the show to be meeting with attendees, with customers, with partners. I mean, do you get many other opportunities to do that here at Cisco? I mean, it's a pretty special event, right?
No, absolutely. I think that's what's amazing about Cisco Live is that you've got just such a concentration of not only technical experts but also executives, and it's the greatest opportunity for a customer to get that feedback, get that information direct from the source. And yeah, you just saw it here. I mean, Jackie Gushala, what a coup to get for our last interview.
Absolutely.
And she was an amazing lady to talk to. Really great fun. We were having a great laugh backstage as well beforehand. But yeah, we are speechless.
Yes, we are. And I heard you say that you've got some personal questions for Jackie, so I've got one for you, David. So,
yes.
Your heart's probably going to start beating now because you don't know what I'm going to come out with. What has your experience been like as a first-time host here at Cisco Live?
Honestly, I've been blown away. Like, it's Zane and I think I speak for both of us, we've had such an amazing week, and I've got to say a massive thanks as well to the entire backstage crew, the floor crew, all the camera guys, because they've made our experience here so easy. They've been so accommodating, so patient with us, with all our questions and silly little mistakes and things like that. So really got to say a big thank you to everyone behind the cameras.
They are an awesome team. One of the things that I take away every time I come to this show is obviously we have our day jobs and we're such a big company, so we have so many different parts of the business, different architectures, different functions. But when you come here to Cisco Live, you really see the width, right? Like the variety of what everyone at Cisco is working on all in one place. So you get all the high level kind of insights into all the new launches that we're making here at Cisco Live, all the fun that we have, all the demos, actually seeing our technology, getting our hands on our technology, and that makes it just amazing. So what would you say has been your highlight just from today? Because I know we're going to spend some time together chatting later, but just from today, obviously, it's been another full-on day.
Yeah.
What's been your highlight, David?
I think a great highlight was from the World of Solutions today, being able to show off the Desk Pro and the Room Panorama for the first time, I think, in a public forum, and being able to chat with Anders, who's, I don't know if people may not know, Anders is one of the guys that's sort of involved in developing those products. He's a spokesman, I suppose, for the WebEx hardware, and great having to be able to chat with him. I'd never met him personally before, but it was an awesome opportunity. But I'm just seeing on my monitor, actually, that that Zane is standing there with our Chief Stroopwafel Officer. Zane, who have you got there for us?
David, you're absolutely correct. I'm here with Cisco's very own Stroopwafel Officer. Nicole, introduce yourself.
Well, as you said, right, I'm the CSO of Cisco, Chief Stroopwafel Officer. By day job, actually, is a technical solution architect in the Worldwide Enterprise Sales Organization.
Fantastic. So look, tell us more about the Stroopwafel. I mean, this is you. Look, everyone, this is Nicole on the Stroopwafel. You're famous.
So literally what I decided is that I'm from the Netherlands. The Netherlands has this lovely cookie, and to have people remember me, I thought, I'd give them something sweet and a sugar rush. And when giving this out, I mean, people will never forget me.
Fantastic. I'll never forget you. Listen, thanks very much for your time. Everyone, remember Nicole, Chief Stroopwafel Officer. Now we're going to head over to Steve. I think Steve's over here.
Come on over. We're going to take a really quick hit over here with Jody, Sergey, and Amr. Again, 3 more of our Cisco champions. So guys, hoping you can hear me. But if you can't hear me, give me like one really quick highlight of your week here at the show.
Quick highlight of the week. There's so many to choose from. It's kind of hard, but I would say bringing all the people together. One of the things that makes the things that make the Cisco Champions program what it is bringing people from all over the world together and united in one gestalt, if you will. I crossed the pond for this. I'm from Canada. I came over to Europe, not just because I could get a European vacation out of the deal, but because I get to hang out with these guys, and I don't get to do that all the time.
Absolutely. So again, let me ask you the same thing. Wendy, by the way, Wendy Morris would love to hear what you just said.
Yes, that's the same for me. It's networking. The most important part of this conference is networking with people. I get to know these gentlemen from all over the world, which I've never met before personally, and we're having a great time. We exchange ideas. We re-energize. I've been here last year, and since then I was looking forward to coming back here, and it delivered 100% to all my expectations.
That's just perfect, perfect. All right, and Amr, how about you? Quick hit here.
Yeah, it's all about the experience and the education. It's only once a year that we manage to get all together, all the Cisco champions, and meet everyone here. It's really nice to be here. Thank you.
That's perfect. Guys, thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to go back to the studio briefly, and hopefully we'll see you right back down here as well. Enjoy. We can barely hear a thing. We're just having too much fun.
Thanks, Steve. It's great to see just all the passionate customers that are having a really good time here at Cisco Live this whole week. Obviously, we've tried our best to get as much content as we can across to you, but I think you've heard it now a few times. The big part of Cisco Live that you're missing out on by not being here in person is the networking aspect. Nish, wouldn't you agree that that's the biggest part of Cisco Live for us?
Absolutely. I feel like we're maybe getting a bit of FOMO out to today's audience, right? Because if I was sitting there at home, I'd be like, I want to be there. The energy around here is like, everyone's jumping around, they're getting excited for the keynote, they're getting excited for the party. You also don't get all the Spanish food and drink you for set at home.
That is 100% true. Okay, and we're going to head back to Steve because he's managed to snag Wendy Mars for an interview.
Absolutely. Wendy was kind enough and generous enough here at the end of everything else that you've done this week to talk to us. We're going to keep it really short. You've got to be so thrilled at this particular moment. We've arrived, an incredible week. Everybody has had an amazing time, and here we are at the closing keynote.
I know, it's fantastic, and I can't wait for what we're going to do in this keynote. It's going to be amazing.
Okay, so did you get a chance to meet Richard or really to kind of deep research him and see what it is that he brings? He's all about education, and that's so much of what I love, because that's what Cisco Live is. It's a learning and an education experience, and he does that as well.
He does. It's going to be incredible.
So cool. You have a great time.
Watch this space.
Absolutely. We're going to watch this space. Everybody's going to keep a close eye on it. You've got like the best seat in the room here. Thank you for taking a moment to talk with us. Again, this is what the show is all about. I always say, when you're here, you have an opportunity to speak with the people who actually run this, who put it all together. Wendy Mars is unbelievable. President Emir, this is her first Cisco Live that she has been fully in charge of here in the Europe space, and she's done an absolutely spectacular job. All right, so do me a favor, follow me around. Steve, if you can follow me. I just want people to get an idea. Look at Carissa scrambling away here. She's like a cockroach in the sunlight. All right, so in case you don't know back at home exactly how things are laid out, a massive space, the band is set up back over here. Again, like I said, I can barely hear anything other than what's happening back in the studio. We've got the huge screens. Richard is going to be flying up here in just a minute, but as we continue to load in the seats, you can't even see the back of the hall. It's like a football field from here. So this is why you need to actually be live here in this space with us. It's really cool to watch it on the stream. I think it's fantastic. But Zane, I was just telling everybody, there's really nothing like seeing it for yourself, being here in the room, experiencing that energy.
You need to be here to see it for yourself. Honestly, I can't describe it. It's absolutely amazing, Steve.
Do me a favor, trade with me, because I can't hear on this side. There we go. Now I'll be able to hear a lot better. Only now you can't hear me. All right, so you had a chance to talk with Nicole. Nicole is one of our net vets who's up here on the screen. She is one of those advocates for Cisco, and one of the things that I really love is that this event brings together the people who have the deepest passion for Cisco. Again, you talk to Nish, who's back in the studio right now. You're going to be hard-pressed to find somebody who has more passion for it. She's been around with us for almost 6 years. You've been around with Cisco about 6 months, and your passion is already so palpable, and I love that about you because you've already become such a great storyteller for Cisco.
Steve, I couldn't agree more. Listen, I love this company. I've been here for 7 months. The opportunities, the energy, everything. I'm here at Cisco Live. It's absolutely fantastic. Steve, I just wished everyone could be here to feel how we feel.
So cool. All right, so we're going to keep playing down here and finding people. Nish, why don't we go back to you in the studio, and maybe we'll see you again before this whole thing kicks off.
Sure. I think Zane and I might be competing against each other on who is more passionate about Cisco. David, do you want to join in the game?
I don't know if I can even play with you guys, because you're at a whole nother level to me.
I mean, we were like all skipping around the show. People are like, who are these guys? They're starting to recognize us from being hosts of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I've just thought, talking about passion and what we're excited about, the impact zone, right, that we've got there. So we have things like Build a Bike, we had the IoT Makerspace. There are lots of exciting things. So I'm curious to get down and see how people have been doing, because actually at the show, as well as learning about technology, as well as all the networking and meeting all the experts, we've actually had a huge, great impact. That's pretty exciting as well.
Absolutely, and honestly, that's probably one of my favorite things about working at Cisco. You know, it's one of the things that makes me the most proud of working at Cisco is the social impact that we're able to have across our various programs, across things like Networking Academy, all the different CSR initiatives, and being able to bring our customers and partners into that when we are all together on a show like this just makes it even a lot sweeter even than it ever is. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I can see from Zane and Steve there on the monitor, that's a full house. It's getting very, very full. People are getting very excited for the keynote. I'm getting a bit of a fear of missing out myself though, because when I heard that Richard Browning is actually coming in his jet suit, I'm realizing that we're not there to experience that.
Yeah, so to our viewers at home, we're going to be watching this just the same way you are, sitting behind a video monitor, because unfortunately we're about 800 meters away from where Richard Browning is going to be flying in with his jetpack.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be very exciting. I've heard he's going to fly up onto the stage and land right next to some of our executives, so he must be very confident in how good he is at flying that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a bit about the party tonight, because I know that a lot of people here are going to head to the keynote, and then everyone's going to flood straight out of the keynote and go to the party, further networking, just really celebrating the week here. I'm excited to see lots of pictures with hashtag.
If you are at the party, please share the hashtag.
Absolutely.
We'd love to see your photos. The social media team love retweeting photos of people having a great time at Cisco Live.
Yeah, and I love the variety. Every year we get different music acts. There's always different things to do. I know last year we had bumper cars. I wonder what's going to go on this year. I think it's like a surprise every year. I mean, I'm not very clued up. I know we have obviously Nile Rodgers and Chic. I had to Google, and actually I knew pretty much all their songs. I was pretty amazed.
Did you? I didn't get a chance to Google them yet.
Okay.
The name also didn't really ring a bell with me. Maybe we're a little bit of a younger demographic than they might be used to. But I think the thing, people that aren't here obviously don't know about the party, but I think especially if you don't like dancing, there's fun stuff for everyone. There's normally like arcades, there's pool tables, there's food. And I think I'm just hearing that they're ready to go in the keynote space, so we're going to go straight there to not miss a thing.
Enjoy the keynote, guys. Thank you.
You push us quite rightly on transparency, on trust, on privacy and security. And you do that because they are key conversations that you are having with your customers.
This is a fantastic week if you're a Cisco engineer, because we get to talk about all the stuff that we've been building, sometimes for years before we get here and start to talk about it.
You're going to meet amazing people. You're going to hear incredible information. We want you to be a part of every single bit of it as we go.
Using automation plus AI to empower people.
please welcome President of Cisco EMEA, Wendy Mars.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I know that we certainly asked you to have some fun this week, and you did that without a doubt. And I know that I did too, as we saw in those different sets of footage. We had this week just over 18,000 attendees, which really is incredible. So a big thank you to all of you for being here and your high engagement that you've had with all of us. It's really been incredible. And if we just take a look at some of the things that we've done over the past few days, I know a number of you have been engaged in certification examinations, 1,400 of you, and I hope that you did well. I sincerely did. I don't know if that's fun or not, but for some of you, I'm sure that it was. So well done there. In addition, we built some bicycles, over 50 actually for local charities. I had a go at building one. I hope it stays together. I just built the wheels along with some of my colleagues, so that was an amazing fun activity as well. And in addition, we had a look through the umbrellas, the rain wall, and looking through those umbrellas, we were able to see some of the stories and the work that Cisco has done in order to positively impact 1 billion lives and the work that we're engaged in. This is part of the Global Citizen Initiative, and we signed up an additional 500 new global citizens, and you're here with us today. So a big, big thank you for that. It means a lot to us and our teams. And in addition, we have 3,200 labs completed, so you engaged in those, plan them up front and in advance, and hopefully that has helped you to learn more and to solve some of the challenges that you have within your environments and to engage. And DevNet continues to be an amazing way by which we learn more and work together and bring in new skills. So DevNet workshops, just over 2,500 of those, where you all had some activity within that. And also the cool Capture the Flag activity. So 800 Capture the Flag players. And I hear actually that some of you were so engrossed in it that you wouldn't leave the building last night when we were trying to go on to other things. So, I hope you had some great fun doing that and some unique experiences. Now, you saw earlier the bronze and the silver award winners for our Customer Advocacy Awards. I'd like to say a big thank you and congratulations to our gold award winners. They're here on my left-hand side, your right-hand side. So congratulations to John, to Michael, to Vincent, Victor, Christoph, Stefano, and Wouter. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. And these are actually Cisco's most innovative and most passionate customer advocates. So we really do appreciate all that you're doing. So many, many thanks for that. Now, also, if we take a look back, we have had a truly amazing week together. But now it's my absolute delight to introduce you to someone who is really cool and someone who loves technology. Now, you're going to have to bear with me for a couple of moments here. You'll have noticed when you came in, and some of you I saw were trying them on when you first got into the room, headphones that were on your chairs. So when you see this sign, which is put your ear, not right now, put your ear protection on, then I would like you to put it on. Follow me, right? I will do the same. Then when you see this sign, which is take your ear protection off, that's when it's okay to remove it, all right? So I'm going to get my headphones. They're over here. And if you can please follow me and put your ear protection on.
How cool was that? That was just amazing, wasn't it? So we'll just give Richard a minute whilst he unbuckles. I'm available if you need my help there, Richard. Just saying. So, okay, so, hey, welcome. That was very cool.
Thank you very much.
Amazing.
That was good. Yeah, pleased with that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Richard, you know, I had every confidence in you that you would land where we had rehearsed, but...
Yes, I could see a little nervousness there.
I know. But congratulations and thank you.
Thank
so,
you.
Richard, it's now over to you. Take it away.
Lovely.
I'll give you the clicker.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it turns out you don't always need steps to get onto the stage. I'm going to share with you a little bit of the... Oh, I think we're all right with that? Oh.
I made an error.
Oh.
Just give me 1 second.
Yes.
Guys, you're going to have an ability to ask questions to Richard. So if you want to submit a question, as you can see here, and you've done this through the event so far, to submit a question, I need you to open the app. You've been using it all week. Navigate to the keynote session and join the discussion. So if you put your questions in there, and then we will ask Richard after he's gone through his talk. Sorry about that. With all the excitement, I forgot the flow. And then we'll come back. So Richard?
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Over to you now. There you go.
Lovely. Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to share with you a little bit of the background behind what you've just seen. It's always helpful to have arrived like that, because then that does kind of give some hint as to what the theme of the talk is around. We've got a little bit of an insight into where we're taking this as well. So it really started out with, looking back on it, I wasn't really aware of it at the time, but a lot of inspiration from my childhood. So I used to spend a fair bit of time with my late father actually flying model gliders. So chucking mostly balsa wood and actually, it wasn't quite as bad as the original tissue paper paste kind of versions that some of you might remember, but nearly that bad, and very, very simple 2-channel little glider. And I guess that left a deep impression on me. There was something serene about watching those things just glide around under your control. Later in life, I spent actually quite a bit of time in the City of London. I was actually an oil trader with one of the oil majors for about 16 years, bizarrely enough. I could have spent a fun time trying to get people to guess what my background was, and that wouldn't entirely have shed any light on it. Alongside that, I actually spent about 6 years in the British Royal Marines Reserve, and that taught me an awful lot about human capability. I know there's a lot of talk about human capability, but there is something quite stark about when you train to do something that you couldn't have imagined you've done before, whether it's going for a 5K park run or rowing the Atlantic and everything in between. Actually, it's quite amazing what you can train the human mind and body to do. So I've got a little clip of my old training partner here. I used to be able to get close to doing that. I'm too old now to do that. But that, I always think, if you had to show one picture of just how amazing the human machine can be from a balance and strength point of view, it's called a planche. His feet, I mean, one foot looks like it's touching the platform, but it's not. That's a ridiculous thing. That shouldn't work. And so, sort of inspired by that and all the training with the Marines, I thought, you know, for no other reason other than the fun of it, what if you tried to have a run at flight? We're very good at building helicopters and aeroplanes that people sit in with seats, sensible seats, and sticks or yokes. But what if you just went entirely back to a completely basic starting point and decided to try and, as far as possible, use the human frame as the flight structure and the brain as the balancing machine? As I say, I want to reinforce this. I had no reason for doing this other than the pure joy of the unusual challenge. So I realized that if the brain and the body are going to be critical to this, we are missing one thing. I mean, I'm not quite mad enough to think I can flap my way to the solution here. So you are going to have to add some form of power or propulsion to this. So back in 2016, around March 2016, I started playing around with what I thought might be the answer, and you've certainly heard what it is I had settled on. They're microgas turbines. They are little baby versions of what you have on the aircraft that many of you probably flew here on to get here. There's a few technical differences for those enthusiasts. There are centrifugal compressors rather than straight through. But it means that they're very, very compact and light. So each one of the engines on my arm there, they only weigh 1.9 kilos, but they put out 22 kilos of thrust. I mean, that's notionally around 170 horsepower of each of the little engines, and I've got 4 and one that's twice that big on my back, so it's about 1,050 horsepower in theory. Hence all the god-awful noise it just makes. So I started playing around with these ones, and this is a very, very old clip in our life cycle of this journey. This is back in 2016. So I am standing there in a lane in Wiltshire in the UK. I have got a very basic aluminium tube with an engine bolted to the top of it, and I am just starting to learn probably what was the most valuable lessons, at least in the first stages of this journey, which was that conventional wisdom of 120,000 RPM spinning spindle would have an amazing gyroscopic momentum. It would fight you in every way you push it. It would rip your arm off. It would flail like a garden hose. All of those things are rubbish. I've even stood on stages in front of academics who have refused to believe that I can actually manipulate and point that because they assume that it should have horrendous kind of torque. But it doesn't. And I wasn't entirely sure I was right, but you know what? If you just get out there and get your hands dirty, making sure that you've covered off the worst case scenario of what could go wrong here, and I think we did. This was a very basic test. I should point out the red bucket is actually where we had the fuel. It was in a container. I didn't have the fuel just sloshing in the bucket. So it's one small step better than that. But genuinely, that was just a phenomenal experience. It was just this spongy push. And if you think about the physics of it, instead of a fire hose with water coming out of it at, let's say, I don't know, about 80 miles an hour, this is a gas turbine, which is really just blowing air at about 1,000 miles an hour. So the momentum, the force, is pretty much similar. It does feel, if you close your eyes and ignore the warmth and the noise, it feels like a spongy hose. So I thought, this has got some potential. So instead of just one, what if we got two? And I've upgraded the mop bucket now, so ditch that. This gives you some idea. So I'm now trying to resist about 50 kilos of push, and it is phenomenal. That was a big lesson. If you try and push with 50 kilos of force, that's really hard. As soon as you put it underneath you, unless you weigh less than 50 kilos, then actually that disappears. But it was quite interesting that it was very manageable once it was underneath you. The fact I was able to jump around and I wasn't flailing all over the place was really quite heartening. I thought, this is a pure extrapolation here. All I need to go and do is just keep adding more horsepower. So, well, guess what? I've shown you one, I've shown you two, so guess where we're going next? This is one of my favorite stages, because actually that was really quite fun. And I knew on paper I didn't have enough thrust to keep going up every time I jumped, but it was like being on the moon. You could jump and float about. And actually, it felt like your arms are really quite well suited to sort of automatically adjusting. If I fall to one side, what do I naturally do? I put my arm out. Well, if there's thrust coming out, it works even better. So that worked very well. This didn't work very well. This is using a tether, because it was a little bit annoying falling on that farmyard every now and then. So we tried to use a tether. The problem is that created effectively a fifth vector, which was even more troublesome when, as you can see now, I've put an engine on each leg as well, because the logic being your legs are designed to be load-bearing. They do that very well. The only thing is that the thrust is all underneath your weight, so it's quite kind of top-heavy. The thrust also hits the ground. I get asked about putting leg engines on all the time, so I'll cover it. The thrust hits the ground and tends to dig a hole in the concrete, even concrete, believe me, gradually, which isn't really ideal. Seriously limits where you could get. If I had it here, we'd have worse than the slightly kind of prickly patches on the carpet here. But the biggest problem, as you'll see from Eclipse in a minute, is that as soon as you feel that thrust come in, your legs feel like they've lost contact, or your feet feel like they've lost contact with the ground. And so you do this weird human reaction, which can be exhibited by holding a dog above a paddling pool, which is this pedaling motion. Humans do the same thing. You can find countless pictures of humans jumping off bridges and pedaling. I found that I ended up doing the same thing, and that really wasn't helpful when there's 22 kilos of thrust coming out of each leg, effectively. Anyway, before we really went into too much detail with the legs, we went back to the arms and thought, well, if we just go up and put more engines on, then surely that's enough. It kind of on paper was enough to fly, but it was a silly idea. This whole journey was about having an often quite crazy idea, quickly analyzing what would be the worst that could happen if it went wrong, as long as that wasn't permanent damage to us, anybody else, and didn't cost us too much to the point where we couldn't keep the journey going, we just got on and tried. And it's a common theme, as I say, that we've kind of perpetuated for the last 4 years or so. So this little model here, this is a bit like the one with the tether, but without the tether, so it was actually better. I'm trying to iteratively train my brain to feel what it's like and trust the idea of thrust under my legs. And the only way to do it was just sort of weirdly bunny hop around. Still not enough power to get off the ground, but it was, learning. There's no manual for this, unsurprisingly. And you can see I was very pleased with myself at the end of this because I hadn't fallen over, which was usually the outcome of a morning trying to do this at a weekend. There we go. I was very, very pleased with myself. So the arrangement that we ended up with, as I've sort of given away, is the very helpful 2 engines on each arm. The net result feels like it's going up your arm, and then adding the last little bit of horsepower and putting it on your legs. But look at my feet. Look, that. It's very odd. It's like patting your head and rubbing your stomach. You're constantly thinking, or if anybody's played around flying a helicopter or can fly a helicopter, and remember when you couldn't, it's the same thing. There's an awful lot of things going on, and it was quite hard work. However, only some 8 months after that, standing in a lane with a mop bucket, I'm going to show you the clip of where this went from something I really didn't tell very many people about to something that I thought, gosh, this might actually have some potential to go further than the little Wiltshire farmyard we were using. So November 2016, this is what we managed to do. I'm still fighting that leg. There you go. That was an actual coherent 6-second flight using your body and your brain and a bunch of little jet engines to actually fly. So since then, and I've got a little collection of clips which highlight some of, it's even out of date now, but some of the places we've been. This is nearly our 100th time we've flown this at an event, and this is our 30th country of doing so, and here's a little indulgent tour through some of them. So it's also worth pointing out that I've sort of segued straight to the model, the design that's sitting right there, which is what happened with the leg engines was that we really got fed up with them for all the reasons I've described. So they gradually migrated up to my posterior, which was better. The only sort of subtlety was that those little arm engines don't like starting unless they're horizontal, because no fool starts a jet engine vertically. We did. So I found myself at the very, very first sort of 6 months of events after we launched in 2017, actually trying to do sort of launches by just sort of, during the startup, quietly hiding to one side and any sort of cover I could find, twerking my way as flat as I could to try and get the damn things to start. I remember doing that for the One Show, of all things, for the BBC, which was embarrassing. Anyway, we've then consolidated those 2 little engines into one larger one, and actually that is happier starting vertically, and it's got a bit of excess power to lift even more fuel. But fundamentally, it's still pretty much the same system. I'll come back to some subtleties in a bit. Might come as a surprise, but we actually have built a really successful business, if I may say, out of this, which is still a surprise to me because we did start with that ethos of just having some fun. Apart from doing events, we actually train people to fly, and we've done this with probably 36 people now, and we tether them up in that kind of way. It does look like we're about to execute somebody, but that's not the case. And you essentially, that's a complicated old version, but now all we have is a belay system that tethers you, so you can't go lower than about that. We don't give you enough power to go up for any sustained period of time. You just drift down again, and then in your own time, you just learn to manipulate the thrust vectors. Sounds hard to describe. It's about as hard to describe as explaining how you learn to ride a bike. Really hard to describe. You just have to feel it. Here's a little clip, though, of one of our clients that only took, I think, 5 goes. Each go is about 90 seconds. And this is his, let's say, 5th or 6th go. Look at his silly grin as well. Here we go. So you see him vectoring down, and then he flares out, arrests the climb, and you can see him without even thinking. Look, he's just thinking about grinning. You could see all that vectoring control is starting to become really intuitive. And we sold a couple as well, but we're terrible retailers. We then sell it to you and then keep it and look after it, a bit like a sort of high-end Ferrari, because I don't really want to find one disappearing off into the side of a building somewhere. We've also, because of my Marines background, and it's really a good excuse to show you some quite fun clips, we've also been having a lot of fun proving the use of this in a lot of interesting environments, particularly getting soldiers on and off or in and out of places, especially in a water environment, because humans are pretty rubbish at walking on water, so we get about as close as you can get to that. And this is a lot of fun we had with the Royal Navy, with one of their patrol boats. The smaller the boat, the harder it is, so we picked the smallest 2 boats they had. I've flown on the aircraft carrier, which you'll see in a minute, but actually that's like a big football pitch. It's not very difficult. This was more fun, and I told the patrol boat, slightly worryingly, to try and lose me. So you see it constantly turning away from me and trying to avoid me. I thought that was a good idea, but then I have to say, the clip in a second, when I turned around and I thought, oh, it'd be fun to go and do a straight past. It's just surprising how when that boat's doing 25, 30 knots and I'm doing 40, 50 miles an hour, how quickly, and we've edited it because it goes on for a while, as I turn around and go, oh, that's a very small boat, and that's where I live. So it took me a while to get back to it. But this is nice here, where you can see, even though that boat is moving, and it was a bit blustery, see, I just really don't notice, and I've got 6 or 7 pilots in my team that could do that now, that didn't even bother taking the railings down. You can just sort of slide down and land. It's huge credit to how the human brain works, to be honest. And there's a couple more interesting little military ones as well. So it was suspected that there's no way I'll be able to fly near a hovering helicopter, let alone the Merlin, which is a big old beast. Turned out to be all right. And scientifically less useful, but still quite a moment, was having a Hercules and an A400 fly over the top of me for the celebration of the RAF 100, which was quite fun. This little clip, I just gave it the game away slightly. We thought we'd throw it in because I just kind of, I don't know, we wondered if we'd do this. I'd love to see if people put up their hands, how many people have seen the following clip. And the reason I ask that is because it was on LinkedIn and did nearly 7 million views. Hands up who saw that, who's seen that clip. What a fun bit of science. That's not bad, is it, really? Who would have thought? LinkedIn. Anyway, we just put that up there because we thought it was a bit of fun from an event we did with the MOD when the Queen Elizabeth, the first of the 2 new aircraft carriers, was out visiting Washington. And the embassy said, look, we've got a great idea. Get your beret out, go and scare all the inbound dignitaries who are coming in on these little shuttle vessels for this big celebration of the QE. And so I thought, well, okay, I don't need asking twice. So I spent the whole morning flying out sort of unannounced and going and meeting all these people. I didn't quite realize they were the entire leadership of the US military. But anyway, that turned out to be quite useful. That was a very unusual day flying off the back of an aircraft carrier. We've got a great clip as well, not enough time to show it, of actually lapping the whole thing as well. Unfortunately, what I didn't realize is when the embassy said, yeah, green light, let's go and do it, all the dignitaries were supposed to be watching a pre-recorded film that Boris Johnson had done. This is before the election, that was supposed to be enthralling the mostly American audience with all his plans, and nobody heard any of it because some idiot was flying a jet suit past the hangar doors. Anyway, we didn't know about that. So apart from playing around with the military, something that's very close to our heart is, I suppose, the whole STEM agenda. I think it's really powerful, really important to inspire the next generation as far as possible, given all the distractions they have. You know, I've got an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old, and anything that gets them looking at something other than a screen is always, I think, of value. So we have gone around the world, and every time we've done events in places like China, the US, we've managed to go and slot in somewhere a little school visit or a school flight, and so there's been some quite notable ones there. I have to say, the one in the stadium, that was quite fun, flying in and then landing, and a bit like this, actually. The kids went completely berserk. And if it's not enough just to do this, the kids who see this often make this very immediate and very flattering connection with a certain Marvel superhero, which from a marketing point of view, again, I'm not really complaining. Look, we don't, I could be clinking around in bits of red and gold plastic. That's for other people to make that connection. But then you'll have to ignore what I just said, because otherwise I can't really explain this.
Powering up. That is brilliant.
It's not red and gold anyway, but...
So do you think that you can fly in this?
No idea.
I reckon I can.
No.
All right. Well, let's get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Iron Man.
Notice how you can't see my eyes? I couldn't see out. I had no idea. Somebody just really needed to tap me on the head to tell me when to go. It was fun. Notice all the looking down, trying to get some idea of where the ground was. So, whilst this is just playing out, I'll explain. You can just turn the volume down a tiny bit, thank you. Actually, it was a really interesting project. Adam Savage, who many of you I'm sure are aware of from Mythbusters, and I met him at the original TED I spoke at. he had this ludicrous idea, let's sweet talk the original director of Iron Man to hand over the CAD files that they used in the film. There are CAD files, I guess they must have built the costumes from them. And let's go and print into titanium the entire suit. Then let's shoot at it the next day. Not luckily the day I was in it, but the next day, let's shoot at it and see if we can prove it's bulletproof. And it was. I mean, there's fragments going everywhere. Like I say, I wasn't in it, but it was wonderful. And actually, on this point, as a slightly miserable Brit at heart, I thought the whole world of Comic-Con and science fiction and stuff. I just thought, I didn't really get it. I suppose, as a kid, I suppose I was to some extent into it, but not very much. Having flown one of these suits at Comic-Con, it suddenly dawned on me, if you have to find a realm in the world where there is unbounded human creativity that cares little about money or physics and just is driven entirely by, wow, that would be cool, that's science fiction. And think how many things we've got in the world that have ended up actually being evolved or thought up or in that realm. Flip out mobile phones is the sort of obvious example. So I've got a sort of newfound respect that actually, yes, okay, this is a bit of fun. But actually, it sort of inspires people to imagine, wouldn't it be cool to fly like that? And it wasn't my starting point. But anyway, I think that the whole Comic-Con thing is really fascinating. I want to just touch on as well, I'm aware there's a lot of pretty technical people in the crowd, so there is an element to this which I'm really quite proud of from a technical point of view. That whole suit now is 3D printed, and I say whole, 80% of it. The entire backpack, I mean, you're seeing the bit that's against me, the bit round the other side, maybe the camera can see if it can creep round the back. You can see just round the back a bit. That is all printed in nylon, and it's using a big laser sintering system. There is aluminium, that's aluminium 3D printing, the top and bottom of the engines to hold the engines in and some of the blade-off protection. The sort of dirtier bit of metal printing at the bottom there is steel 3D printing as well. It's such a wonderful technique because it allows you to have an idea, get somebody to draw it in three-dimensional space on a CAD system and literally press print if you've designed it with some sympathy to the process. And this is how it works. You are literally drawing layer by layer that design. So those are actually the clamshells. If you imagine some of the old clamshells that are holding the engines in, those were the curves of the clamshells. Can't think what the hell that is, but anyway. Yeah, it's hard to work it out when it's layered. But all that happens is the laser draws one layer, and then it's from original sort of screen printing technology, it layers another very fine bed of powder over the top, and the laser does another thing, gluing that layer to the previous one. 12, 20 hours later, whatever it is, knock the powder out, and there is your miraculous piece of equipment. It's pretty rubbish if you want to build any more than 5 or 6 at any one time. Certainly for 100,000, that'd be a pretty painful way of doing it. But for us, we change our mind on every single suit we build. We can immediately think of ways of improving it. So of the 5 or 6 suits we've got running at the moment, there's a sort of family tree of the oldest, cruddiest one to the latest, fanciest one, and we sort of decommission the old one, having gone and printed a new one. It is an amazing fuel for, I suppose, R&D. If I then pause for a moment and think, so we've gone and built this flying system. It's a little bit like a Harrier or an F-35 from the point of view of the thrust vectoring. They're blowing air downwards and lifting you up. That's how those two aircraft work. But what do those two aircraft do when they've done that? Well, they tend to point those nozzles backwards and then gradually accelerate and end up turning into an aircraft, generating lift from wings, aerodynamic lift, rather than generating lift by blowing the air downwards. It's a very hard way to fly, to be honest. Well, we thought, wouldn't that be quite fun? Why can't we do that? So we went back to the drawing board. This is probably 18 months ago, and I'm going to share with you the sort of back to the drawing board clips again. We haven't lost that spirit, despite all the fancy printing. We haven't lost the spirit of, look, have an idea, identify quickly what's within your grasp to be able to try it and test it. Is anybody going to die? No. And then get on and try it. And so this is a piece of plywood strapped to my legs, because I had this idea that you could potentially lift your legs flatter and flatter. All the very crude assemblies we tried in this instance really didn't work. You can see that hitting the thrust of the rear engine. So we went to super sophisticated plywood upper body wing and went for a fly around the countryside. So this you can see the angle of attack is terrible, but it was again a sort of ground zero moment of like what is this like to fly with? And a point of note, you can see the thrust vectors really quite nicely in the grass there. That was fun. You've got no visual indication of what I felt, but it felt like somebody was gradually lifting me more than I was vectoring. And I left this piece in because you can see how ridiculously stable and controlled it is, even with that on there. It really didn't impede the slow speed maneuverability, which was nice. So testing, we like to think we can test a lot of things pretty safely. You pick a squidgy piece of ground and don't go too fast or high. But there's another slightly more unusual way of testing, which is rather than buying air tunnel time, and we've been very kind, we lent some air tunnel time before, it's an awful lot more efficient to go and turn the whole of the Wiltshire countryside into your own wind tunnel. So pick a volunteer. It's a terrible wing, that. It was a massively thick section, but the idea was to start feeling in relatively clean air by going backwards, start feeling whether that wing was starting to do much. It was quite fun, and I never knew that horrible machine could go that fast backwards. We also built a 50% scale hang glider wing, same volunteer. I had great high hopes for that, and it just didn't work. It just didn't generate enough lift in the way we were looking at it when it was huge span, and you just got a tiny bit of turbulence on one tip, and it just felt like it was going to own your control, whereas we always want to be feeling like we're in primary control. Cutting a whole load of clips out of lots of fails and all sorts of mad things we tried, the BBC approached us a little while ago, I think it was the back end of last year, and said there was a mad German scientist who tried to send mail letters to the Isle of Wight, a little island south of the UK. It's only a couple of miles offshore. And I think the first test, the rocket went up and blew up and showered the audience with letters. And the second one, I think, when it got caught by the wind, went back into a town and, like, I don't know, in the 1850s, killed a couple of people. So I was thinking, why did they phone me? Anyway, they wished that we, I suppose, third time lucky, would actually go and, as part of their documentary, recreate the attempt to get mail quickly to the island. So we thought, well, that just sounds like a testing day to us. So we did. We picked the latest leg wing, which we've been developing. It's very simple wingsuit type wing, ram air pockets, so it inflates as you lift, and our latest attempt at a wing iteration. It's kind of almost rather embarrassing watching this because I never get that flat with it, so that barely defines as a wing, to be honest. But it was a really interesting test, and it really didn't take very long. I think, as you'll see in the clip in a second, I think I was loitering around 60 miles an hour, certainly outrunning that supposedly very quick boat. That stalk on my head is the same as that one there. That's a 360 camera, which creates the most amazing kind of panoramic views, having removed the image of its own stalk, thereby confusing everybody online. But it's a brilliant way of capturing some content. This is a nice little FPV shot. So you can see, I mean, my body is getting flatter, so the rear engine is now employed to a degree to thrust me forward, and my arms, though, are still really employed to keep me in the air. The vision is to gradually sweep those arms backwards and further back, generating more and more lift aerodynamically. And you can see coming to land. So interestingly, as you come into land, you actually have to turn the power back up to kind of thrust vector, hold your weight, and then land. If you forget to do that, you don't land like that. That used to be our best clip, and then around, gosh, I should know the dates, but it's been busy. Back end again of last year, the Guinness World Records folks said, look, you set your speed record at 32 miles an hour. It's a very easy record to grasp because no one had ever done it before, so guess what? We set it. That was 32 miles an hour, or I think it must have been 2.5 years ago or so. So we said, well, I'm sure we can have a run at that. And again, let's use that as an excuse to test our latest wing systems. So this was, and I'm in the middle with the orange leg wing. I thought it'd be fun to do with two of my team, sort of see me off, as it were. You can see the guy on the left went very close to a wave. That was exciting. So as I then progress forward, it's an amazing experience. You can just, you open your legs. The two pockets scoop air. The wing then expands. You feel that lift your legs. You can feel this acceleration as the rear engine goes more and more horizontal. You sweep your arms to a degree back and then feel like you're really cooking. And then panic and try and find the boat. Because you do cover quite some ground. So that's 85 miles an hour, 135 kilometers an hour. We're only scraping the surface because those arms, as you notice, they're still mostly lifting me. So we've actually got a really nice little stubby, very aggressively swept, very aggressive dihedral wing, which is going to just, I think, pep up the amount of natural lift my upper body's creating to really allow my arms to be free. And then we really are going to have to nudge that power down, which is great because then you can go a lot further because you're not burning so much fuel, or choose to go insanely fast, which we're not going to do. Before we go any quicker than 85 miles an hour, we've actually got a load of work. I might even be testing it tomorrow back in the UK. We've got various different parachute systems, but they're designed to arrest forward speed rather than go really high. We don't go really high just because there's nothing up there, just apart from risk. So I'm personally really excited about where we can go with this VTOL transition thing, because it hugely pushes open the range window. I mean, the suit at the moment, when I was just hovering there, gradually damaging the carpet, I'm burning around 4 liters a minute to do that. So I'm carrying usually 20 liters or so. When I'm in the cruise, I'm running already now. I can sit there at easily 50, 60 miles an hour quite comfortably, burning 25%, 30% less fuel, because I'm now flying more like an aircraft. So if we further enhance that principle, we can, I think, get a really interesting range extension. And which, when you really think about it, if I started off by saying Harriers and F-35s, how they fly, it's the same thing. I think the Harrier, when the British Air Force and the Navy had the Harrier, I think they could only hover for like 90 seconds or even less. They've since boosted the power. In fact, the Spanish ones actually, I think, have got a lot greater endurance in the hover. But fundamentally, they're very limited, and yet when they transition back into aircraft mode, they can go for an awful lot longer. So technically, I think that's really kind of fun. Now, it's pushing the safety aspects, so not only are we working on this parachute system, but also a whole bunch of buoyancy systems. We always fly over water with a water-triggered life jacket, and we've built into the latest suits a whole bunch of voids that are filled with foam. So that suit, if you threw that suit in a big tub of water, or in a swimming pool, apart from me being a bit sad, it would actually just bob around fairly neutrally. So it's not actually dragging you under the water. And then the life jacket's an additional aid. But I like the idea of even removing the possible risk of that water-triggered life jacket from failing, and actually having a solid foam kind of, I don't know, Tutankhamun headdress type assembly, which will also smooth the airflow and stabilize your neck and give you that permanent buoyancy. So all of these things we're beavering away in the background. We're not traveling, trying to perfect, because I think we might look back in 18 months, 2 years' time, and think we really were in such a rudimentary, almost farmyard phase again, even with what we do now. So where is all this going? If I mentioned that we do events, which has been a great short-term kind of, great way of sharing what we do, all of that packs into 2 check-in suitcases. We've got a 3rd suitcase with some spares, and you just go on anywhere in the world with it, and that's hence the 30 countries. That's been a huge, of a huge value. We train clients as well to fly, and we have sold a couple, but as I say, with a lot of caveats. Well, actually, when you really take a step back and having seen the reaction of people, and you'll be the better judge than me saying this, but it's usually quite an unusual experience to see a human move around in that kind of way. Why not supersize it? Why not go and actually gather a whole bunch of our pilots from different backgrounds? They often tend to be gymnasts or there's a couple of stuntmen folks, there's all sorts of people, former pilots as well. We can train most people, but those backgrounds tend to be very quick. Then why don't you assemble those people, actually pick a water course, because then you don't have to go and worry too much about the potential of failures, because as you can guess, I mean, I'm not going to glide wearing that if I get an engine failure. We might come back to failure a bit later. Then actually you need to be doing this over a surface that's kind of forgiving. So relatively low, life jacket, or that foam thing I'm talking about, and have a whole bunch of people in a Red Bull Air Race style actually racing each other. Because when you think about it, what does Formula One or IndyCar or NASCAR, what do they all do? I mean, what do those vehicles actually achieve? Well, they're pretty useless for going to the shops in. If you actually think about it, it's entertainment, it's hopefully inspiration. They're pretty inspiring to see and hear those cars whipping past and seeing what they can perform. But also, they leave a trail of really interesting technology, the KERS system, regenerative braking, and things like that. Well, why don't we have a little slice of that? So the clip I'm going to show you is a little teaser for something that's coming even as soon as the next 6 weeks' time. This is a pretty crude little teaser, but gives you some idea. Why not actually go racing these things 4 or 5 of you at a time around a pylon course, and really use that as a mechanism not only to accelerate the entertainment side, but really accelerate the R&D side. Because as soon as I say, mine's faster than yours, that's where you get the really big gain. So I'll share this with you.
It starts right now.
Let's see what happens.
Here he comes, here he comes. absolutely crazy if he can make this move. That is a very neat move indeed. He's still a little bit under pressure. So they are giving it everything here. Is he going to go inside or outside? There's a terrific scrap here.
At the moment, side by side.
That is absolutely epic.
Wow.
We're on to the final lap of the race. Who's going to get it? Hangs onto the inside line, and they make contact. Oh no! That has totally destroyed his race.
And some jet engines.
What a dramatic final lap of the race. It wins.
He does it. Fastest lap as well on the last lap.
Oh my God, that was so sick.
So that little voice you heard trailing off at the end there. Thank you very much. That little voice you heard trailing off at the end, you know, that wasn't made up. That was one of my team that genuinely meant that. There's almost a point where, actually, if we keep generating revenue in other areas, we're going to do that anyway, because that is the most exciting thing me or the other three pilots have ever done in our lives. And believe me, that one is a GB team gymnast, one's a professional stuntman, the other one has done a lot of unusual sports in his time. It was just so fun. I don't know what it is about humans. As soon, you know, if you're flying around in whatever it is or driving around by yourself, that's one thing. As soon as there's somebody else and you think, oh, I want to get in front of them, I don't know what happens. But it was just so much fun. And because the way this system works, and you just have to take my word for it, it's weirdly like a bicycle. Since when did you think, when you're on a bicycle, well, I must make sure I maintain my center of gravity right over the center of mass of the bicycle, and I'm going to use my micro adjustments of the handlebars in order to achieve that? You don't think of any of that. Your subconscious, a long time ago, volunteered just to cover that and just said, look, you just worry about looking at the view and tell me where you want to go. In exactly the same way, the human brain adapts, and the record we've had so far is, actually, we've had several people do this now, is less than 5 minutes. Actually, slightly over 3 minutes of training to be able to actually hover, still on the tether, but you can just see the moment they look up and grin, like you saw the chap on the clip. So if you take that and then imagine what it's like once that's really embedded in, when you're actually flying, your consciousness is just over here. I've heard fighter pilots describe the same thing. They are not thinking about what their hands and their feet are doing. They're there, right out here, thinking about where they, as part of the machine, want to be. This is the ultimate intimate connection between mind, body, and machine. You just feel like you can fly. I've done a busy filming day before for a commercial, and I did, I think, about 12 flights. And it really amused me that right at the end, there was like a little river, canal kind of thing, with my car parked the other side, and we'd been filming the other side of it. And I'd finished filming, and I still had the suit on, and I think, what did I do? I think I went to go and unclip it, and I was just chatting to somebody, and they said, right, okay, let's get back to the car. And I just went, oh yeah. And it was, without even thinking about it, my brain had started to go, hang on, normal is just, And it was really, really weird. It's amazing how, I guess, like when you're on a boat, you start to get used to the rocking. When you go on dry land, you feel like it's moving. It was the same way. It's amazing how you start to adapt and that become normal. So with racing, I can only begin to imagine what it's going to be like when we have a whole bunch of people vastly more capable than me. Most of my pilots are half my age and very much more willing to push it a lot more than I do. I think it's just going to get fascinating. And again, if you think about the forward applicability of this, the first motor cars were considered noisy, smelly, and useless. There's that lovely story of the original pioneer from Mercedes-Benz. I think it was Mercedes-Benz, who took the very rudimentary prototype car and decided, well, screw it, I'm going to go and try and drive 10 miles across to the next village. And it took like 3 days as it kept on breaking down, and everybody laughed at it because compared to the incumbent technology, a horse, it was a joke. Well, I'm not going to get hung up as to whether everybody's going to be flying around in jet suits. I think as you can gather by that, it's not exactly practical. Thank God everybody hasn't traveled around like that at the moment. But actually, in terms of leaving that trail of interesting insight and learnings and technology, then, who knows? But at the moment, as I say, the focus is really trying to drive home that really, I hope, entertaining and inspirational kind of manifestation of humans and machines in the form of the race series. And I want to share a last clip that is a little bit more glamorous than the one. It's the New Forest Water Park near where we are in Wiltshire, which is where we were flying there. If you marry up the image of the competitive element with the scenery in the next clip, which is Bermuda, which is where our race is going to be. The press release, strange coincidence, is going out right today, 21st of March. We are going to have 4 or 5 pilots racing around a watercourse in the main harbour in Hamilton, and it's going to look spectacular. And this is a little insight to what it's going to look like. This is from the TED Talk, the last TED Talk I did there in Bermuda, and it was a beautiful location, distinctly warmer water to fall into. And it was playing with one of the prototype wings as well. So you see the little ram air pockets as well, quite nicely there. And those fins on my legs, they have made all the difference. They're like a tail plane, the tail strakes, if you like. They help in the same way that the feathers on the back of an arrow keep the arrow going in a straight line. The yaw instability was terrible before then. That just, for the first time ever, I've been able to actually aerodynamically bank, which is the most ludicrous feeling. Just need to get a faster boat. So I think you might agree that's come on quite a long way from the mop bucket and falling over in a farmyard. So thank you very much.
Well, Richard, or should I say Iron Man? That's just incredible, really amazing.
Thank you.
And you know, from all of the clips that you've shown, just how things have progressed, which is amazing. But you know, have things ever gone wrong?
So I mentioned at the beginning, I've mentioned several times, sort of teased this, that I genuinely mean this. From my time in a big corporation, 16 years I was in BP, I recognize that there is a strange tussle between risk and innovation. You have to take some risk to innovate. The critical thing we've learned is that you just analyze what's the worst that can happen if the risk manifests. I used to run a trading book. If you didn't get that right, you wouldn't be invited to stay there very long. So if you manage that downside risk successfully, where from a reputation, safety, and financial point of view, you can keep getting back up again and trying again, that's how you progress. So that's our sort of guardian rule set. But that does mean things do go wrong. It's just we get good at picking ourselves up. So it just so happens, we don't share this with everybody, we've got a nice little collection of what failure in our world actually means. So do you want to see that?
Absolutely.
You want to see that? Okay, here we go. Yeah, don't clap yet. You haven't seen what's coming. That was the original Guinness World Records. A lot of these, there's nothing wrong with the equipment. It was learning, let's put it that way. Nothing wrong with equipment, he just got panicked when he saw a flag. Compressor stall. Compressor stall for engine nerds out there. I knew the failure was coming there. That was very sad. I couldn't get to the beach in time. It's disappointing. This was a big one. Look at that. Whee. Imagine those in the race series, though. You can see the life jacket within a second. Comes straight out. It's used in the oil industry and everything. This was in the Maldives. Very annoying. They contaminated my fuel with fabric conditioner. This clip and this one are examples of when you bank an aircraft, you have to turn on the power to change your momentum. And 2 of my colleagues learnt that a very damp way. So you've seen one of these fails. This is the one you didn't see when we were filming the race series. And then you did see this one, but let's just enjoy it again when he goes in head first. Nothing wrong with the equipment here. He just jumped too early. Note to self, if you do a superhero launch, don't jump too early. And yeah. That looked a lot worse than it was. I'm just very glad somebody put that large, squodgy ramp just right in the right place. So look, it's impossible to make everything in life perfectly safe, but we are absolute guardians of trying to minimize that risk, because otherwise we just stop the journey. We can't get back up again and keep going. So.
Fantastic. Well, should we see what questions we've got from the audience? Okay. How do you feel when you fly?
Yeah, I do get this a lot. So it's very hard to describe it, but it is like that dream that you sometimes have, especially you have when you're a kid. It's definitely not as noisy as that when you dream about flying, but you do feel that strange, like you're able to jump and just float and you have complete three-dimensional freedom. I think as humans, we always look at the birds and think that must be quite cool. And without really thinking about it too much, we just grow up knowing that that's the rule. We don't own that bit, right? We always come back down here. For 2 to 3 minutes a time, that rule goes out the window. You are entirely free. It is very hard to describe, but it is pretty phenomenal.
Well, certainly I want to have a go at this. I'm sure a lot of folks here would like to get one of those suits. Okay, next one. Is this being used for first responders or SAR?
Yeah, search and rescue. So that's really interesting. So we have a lot of search and rescue folks that are reaching out to us. In the spirit of trying it and seeing what we learn, we're absolutely down with it. And there's a scenario where you imagine there's somebody lost on a rugged mountainside in the Lake District. They know they're somewhere on that mountainside. They can't just search the whole time with a helicopter because you can't see or hear, and you can't get close to the potential area. You drive a Land Rover within 3K, say, and there's a big river in Spate. We'll just pull the jet suit out of the Land Rover, strap it on, and skim 2 meters over that surface and scan up and down, find the casualty, land, shut down, triage assessment, get on the radio, say, right, we need the drone support. This is the scenario we want to film. Bring in the heavy lift drone. We've got several partners that have got suitable equipment for this. But you do the human bit, which is stabilizing, talking to the casualty, warning them there's going to be an interesting experience coming. It'll be clearly a dummy, first of all. Get them secured on the stretcher, then bring in the drone and connect them, get them away. But the drone's also brought your spare fuel in, and then you can fly back again. I think there are easier ways of potentially recovering a casualty, but I think we can learn something from it, and it would be really interesting. So yes, in answer to that question.
Okay. Next one. Wow, where will this suit be in 10 years? How long have you been working on this now?
Yeah, so it's 2016 is all that falling over in a farmyard, so really not very long in the scheme of things.
So how much
10 years.
10 years is a long time.
Yeah, I can't even imagine in 1 year's time. Things like that wing development. I mean, I'm sure many of you in the room are involved in R&D, and sometimes you have high hopes for a little development. You think that's surely going to be a real step change. They never do. I mean, they never work, do they? It's the little outlier where you think, well, we'll give it a go, but it probably will be no use. And suddenly, those leg strakes, it was a different thing to fly. Every time we got up in the airflow, it felt like it was sliding sideways. It was a very disconcerting feeling. Put those leg strakes on, it was like being your own little jet fighter. So it only takes those little breakthroughs, and we're in an entirely different world. So I'd like to see the race series as a touring kind of regular thing. That, I think, is the effect it has on kids and young people especially.
Yeah.
I don't know about 10 years, but even a year, it should be a very different, exciting place.
Okay, wonderful. And I have one last question for you here. So you used to work in the corporate world, as you mentioned earlier, and you would come to environments and events like this and see people doing different and unique things.
Annoying, yeah.
So once we're very jealous of what you do, but we have to go back to work on Monday, and we want to take some of the lessons and the things that you've shared. So what would your guidance be?
Yeah, so I mean this from the heart, because I remember going to quite a few corporate events, and you'd sit there listening to somebody in their 20s having just rode the Atlantic and think, well, that's lovely. I'd love to just take a break from the mortgage and go and have a go at that. And then you get back to the desk on the Monday and you think, well, I really haven't learned much from that person. They probably don't know the challenges of operating within the corporate environment, where you've got to, yes, be innovative, but you've also got to keep delivering against a huge structure of compliance and everything. So there's a little story from my previous life where I kind of think, in hindsight, I applied the same kind of the same spirit of trying to identify something exciting, trying to get off the drawing board really quickly, not just making it a scheduled meeting for next quarter, but actually, what can I go and get my hands around today that will let me test and explore it? And what is the downside of every single one of these steps? Am I going to get fired, mostly? That's the most important thing. And then just keep applying that process. So what happened, and it was about 10 years ago, so I'm at liberty to talk about it now. I had this fortuitous meeting when I was in a very junior position in the oil trading world, where somebody had mentioned that from a health and safety point of view, you could spot where ships were, you could replay their behavior, their locations, from the point of view of vetting whether they could go and berth at a port again, right? So every time it goes there, you've got a vet in, whatever. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Well, how does that work? It turned out they all had these little transponders. These transponders, if you're a ship and I'm a ship, we ping each other our free-to-air location, and then in the dead of night, our system, rather than relying just on radar, can actually go, thanks for your GPS location. I know where you are, and I know where you're going, and I can help try and avoid you. Mm-hmm. No one had realized that's really useful from a commercial point of view, because it had all grown up in the health and safety world. So to cut a long story short, I borrowed $20,000, properly borrowed, but my boss at the time didn't really know what I was doing with it, but I did borrow it. Built a very simple Google Maps kind of lookalike, which just had dots on a map. And this was with an external company. Managed to host it. I couldn't, this is your world, isn't it? I wasn't allowed to host it anywhere near the trading 4 nines, 5 nines, reliability arena. So some lovely good sport in South Africa who was looking after our intranet server said, yeah, whatever, stick it on there. I got the URL literally printed out, this dates it now, printed out on bits of paper and put it all over the trading floor and then went home. Next morning, there was this huge hubbub with people with bits of paper all over the place, and all the screens I could see had this cruddy little map with all these dots on it, and it just was huge. We could actually predict, because they were typing in, where all the trade flows were going. Mm. So it was huge. I mean, if you go on any commodity trading floor today, you'll see people using that AIS-based data. We didn't invent it. I just had the temerity to go and follow a hunch, still covering that downside, not doing anything that would get me fired, but just going and being curious, and then ending up with something that was tangible, not a paper that would say, well, it might be an idea, but no one's going to look at it. Mm-hmm. So wherever possible, I guess, if you can apply those same rules, be curious, be excitable, but also just keep covering the downside and go off and explore. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if that's useful, I don't know, but that arguably had more impact than any jet suit business that I might have built.
Well, listen, Richard, a huge thank you. You're an inspiration to us all with this fast failure, high innovate, and an amazing experiment that you've been doing that you'll continue with for some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, a huge thank you, Richard, for that. That was an amazing example of innovation, I think, for us all, and a never give up attitude, and how you can be so creative in doing different and unique things. So we've got 2 things left to do. So first off, you would have seen a Lego competition in the World of Solutions this week, and in that World of Solutions environment, you would have seen some mock-ups of some cities built out of Lego, or some inspirational monuments that you would acknowledge with those cities. And, as part of this, we've been in Barcelona for the past 3 years for Cisco Live. It has been wonderful, and we have very much enjoyed it, but we're going to a different location next year. So I wanted to say a big thank you to the team who have set this event up. It's been incredible. So Bonnie and the Cisco events team, a huge thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. And a big thank you to Barcelona. And now I will reveal, drum roll, Amsterdam is our next venue. So we very much look forward to going to Amsterdam and experiencing some of the city there and what that has to offer. So the second thing I would like to do is to invite you now to join us at a party. So those of you, if you take a turn around, you will see at the back of the room, we have some folks arriving that have some bobbleheads with lights around. I would like you to follow those folks to the party, and we will have a fantastic time. And a big thank you to you all for being with us this week. Many thanks.
Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, and we're asking everyone, what's the #1 thing that you've learned here at Cisco Live?
I learned about the new technologies. I learned about new opportunities with Cisco technologies.
Cisco's really building the bridge between customers, partners, and Cisco employees.
Interesting to see how Cisco is planning to bring the OT department into the IT world and have a single point of contact to basically interconnect the IT and the OT world. So that's really the biggest takeaway that I've gotten so far.
The best thing I've learned today is all the new features that you can find on the security front.
A lot of email security and the new DNA features. Yeah, it's really fun here.
The network of peers is amazing. Looking at the various technologies, the World of Solutions does a really good job at bringing all of that together.
VXLAN over BGP using the spine and leaf infrastructure is very informative.
I have learned about new strategy of Meraki, about their development and all the gateways that are now on the market.
Cisco really cares about their customers. They are announcing their new technologies, and so I love to see them all.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that we've actually reached the end of Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. What an amazing experience. What a great way to end with Richard Browning, Gravity Industries. Such cool stuff. Loved that keynote. And I just can't believe it's the last time that the four of us get an opportunity to be together here at this particular event. It's been so much fun.
It's bittersweet, right, Steve?
Yeah, I'm feeling emotional, guys.
Absolutely.
I'm feeling emotional as well.
I mean, you guys, it's your first time here with Cisco TV. You must be feeling... How are you feeling, actually? I'm going to ask you. I'm not going to put words in your mouth.
I feel inspired. I mean, look, like what Steve says, Richard Browning, that just embodies everything that Cisco Live is all about, okay? You take a small idea, you keep persevering, and look what he came up with in the end. The guy is flying. I just think it's fantastic.
Literally flying, right?
Literally flying.
All right, guys, so here's what I want to do. We've got a couple of moments left as we take a stroll up the park here. A few minutes left. I want to ask each of you to give us some of your favorite thoughts, things that really inspired you and excited you throughout the week. David, since you're far opposite me, why don't you go ahead and kick this off for us? What are 3 of your favorite things that happened this week in Barcelona?
Ooh, 3 things. I mean, there was so much that happened. It's hard to pick just 3.
You only get 3, I'm sorry.
I know, you're being very strict on me. I would say #1, obviously the networking, being able to see colleagues and friends, both past and present, that have come in from all around the world and catching up with them in the hub, in the World of Solutions, just wandering around the show floor. Secondly, probably the chat that I had with Liz Santoni on the first day. What an inspiring lady. She's such a good speaker, and it's so interesting to hear about the different innovations that are coming in the compute space. And lastly, I guess feeling inspired by all the CSR stuff that's happening at Cisco. We're obviously in the park right now where all of these things are located, but the thing that I probably liked the most was the makerspace, where they were building, using Cisco e-waste in new and innovative ways to create pieces of art.
All right, you ready to go ahead and take it away, Zane? Yeah, let's slow down a little bit here. We got plenty of space here before we come up on the rain wall. Give us 3 things, Zane. 3 your
Okay,
faves.
3 things. So, first, #1, okay? I absolutely loved meeting the guys from App Dynamics, okay? I let Danny Winokur up on stage. I interviewed Linda and Eli. I think what App Dynamics are doing is fantastic. Look, it's all about applications now, so I'm super excited to see where that goes. #2 was connecting with you guys. I feel like we're all a little family. It's crazy, you know? You can meet people maybe for 1, 2, 3 days, and it's crazy how much you can really connect with them and get to know these people. And that's, #2. But I think the most important thing, the thing I've really most enjoyed, has to be David's shirt. Look at this.
It's quite something, isn't it? I've changed.
You are so ready to party, my man. I swear. Check you out. You've been so formal all week long, wearing the suit and wearing the tie, and he's just been looking really snazzy and zazzy. All of a sudden, we got this going up over here. You are ready for this evening, for the Decades Bash, aren't you?
It's been a long week.
Awesome stuff. All right, Nishi,
yeah.
It's your turn.
Nishi P. I've got a new nickname.
It had to make it on. It had to make it on camera at least one time here through the week. All right, talk to us.
3 things, and I'm looking around at 3 people. So 1, 2, 3. I'm kidding. No, I'm not really kidding.
Can we really
actually.
cover all of it for you?
Oh. I would have to say being reunited with so many people from the team here. We've been together at Cisco Live US. Zane, we've known each other through the graduate program that we've done. And David, it's been really great meeting you, working with you.
Likewise.
So I would say the team here, and I'm all about people. I get really excited by the technology, what it can do. but it's the people at the end of the day. So it's being here in the Impact, like the Impact Theatre, the Build a Bike, getting to meet so many new people, and of course connecting with my team as well. So here at Cisco, we're a global company. I see so many of the team members that I work with on a daily basis here over collaboration on our own technologies, right? And then seeing them here in person at Cisco Live with the energy, with the buzz, it just takes it to a brand new level.
Absolutely, so well said. All right, so I will go ahead and wrap this up. Let's continue to walk toward the rain wall a little bit. I'm glad that you guys brought up the four of us. We've had loads of dinners together, lunches together, breakfasts together. It's been a real cohesive gather, but that doesn't mean it's one of my 3 favorite things this week. I always do love being back with the Cisco TV team. It's hard to put into words. We're going to try it in just a moment, exactly how spectacular these people are and what it is that they create. And once you're on the team and you get to be a part of it, you really start to feel it. And I truly do love this Cisco TV family. The way it was kicked off at the top, Wendy Mars started out this particular Cisco Live in the most unique way. The word of the week, without question, was trust. It's all about trust. She set it up right at the top of the keynote, and I love that because, as you said a moment ago, Nish, this is a people business, what we do. We talk about technology, we're really about people. And Wendy set it up beautifully by saying this is how we really build Cisco for the future, is trust, and that kind of hits us where we live, at the heart. And then the third thing that I really loved the most was the opportunity to finally get Susie Wee in the door this morning. Susie is one of my favorite people here at Cisco. She brings an energy and a life and a vibrancy to this organization, and she is such a great storyteller for what we do. I just loved having Susie in, and that was my third favorite thing. But again, just getting to hang with you guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a fourth and say that's what it's all about. So thank you guys. It's been a great week.
Thanks, Dave.
So you mentioned the Cisco TV team, the crew that we work with. Let's take a look at a video and you can get a sneak peek of behind the scenes.
We're going to do something actually a little bit fun, and we always try to do this at some point during the Cisco TV Live broadcast here. I'm on set right now, but you can see I'm actually not really on set. This is Ali Sones. This is our floor manager back here out on the set. I want to kind of give you guys a backstage tour so you know a little bit about what's going on. We're going to start a new segment in just a couple of minutes. Nish Parker is going to be back out here with Ali. He's just getting everything prepped. But I'm going to walk you around so that you can see the way we put all of this together. Up front, all you get to see is us up here on the set, but it's much more fun this way. I want to introduce you to everyone. In fact, oh good, see, we're on the overhead. I'm going to start by introducing you to the people who are on our RF, our remote crew here. These guys are fabulous. That's Steve back there in the camera, and if I say anything mean to Steve, he takes the camera away from me, and then I never get seen again. Kim is back over here holding onto the big boom, but right now, he's making sure everything sounds okay. Derek is hiding back behind Steve. He's handling our lighting right now. You can't escape. I can see you wherever it is that you go. Let's talk about our camera guys on set. This is Mark back over here. Everybody say hi, Mark. Mark, wave to the lovely people. And back on the other side, our other camera operator here in studio. This is Malcolm, the front part of the operations area. Here we are monitoring everything that's happening with regards to graphics. One of our fabulous directors. This is Carrie. I adore our Carrie. Chris is back over here. He's handling things on the graphics side as well. We're going to head back over to the lighting area. Matt is hanging out back here. Raj is back over here on this side doing engineering for us. These are 3 people with whom absolutely nothing gets accomplished. I want to introduce you to them. Erica, you can tell they love being on camera. This is their favorite thing in the world to do. Carissa supports every single thing that Erica does. And this is Rachel back over here. And she's the only one on the comm right now because she's in charge of what it is that we're doing right now. You didn't get to meet Pete out front for audio, so you get to meet the other Pete who's back here for audio. Nish Parker, David Dela Cruz, 2 of our spectacular hosts here. So Zane's getting ready. He is prepping. This is our incredible Lucy. We adore our dear Lucy. She does all of our makeup and hair, not only for the 4 of us, but for all of the guests. All right, now, nobody ever gets to come behind these doors, so I'm going to have you follow me on through. The reality is, whatever we do out front that you guys see, this is where the magic actually takes place. So I want to kind of talk you around so you know how it all works and how many people are involved in the process. This is our broadcast engineering area. We've got Alex and Janan back over here, and these guys are monitoring our stream. That's Graham, that's Stuart, all the way back over there. This is the Kingpin. This is the big man, the boss man. This is Simon. Dominic is our media manager, and Dominic makes sure that all of our content is actually correct. This is Heather back up here, and she has No interest whatsoever in being on camera at all. Media processing. Dylan's back over here on this side. Simon and Alex, always looking at the content that we shoot. RF back over here on this side. Chris is back over here on RF. If we talk about comms, communications, Matt is hanging out back over here. Be very, very quiet. We don't want to scare the people who are back in here in the Magic Curtain area. We've got our producer Jason back over here with us this week. You guys are all tucked back away. Dave is doing a whole bunch of editing for us. Follow me in through this door. Joel and Itch. So these are the guys out on the RF, the remote crew for everything that happens at Cisco Films, and they're killing it all week long. This is truly the heart of the broadcast studio. This is Todd Shembry over here. Todd is our lead engineer. Something brand new that we've got here in Barcelona for this particular show is our Master Series studio. It's very cool. We're going to head out the back door, and we're going to run over to the other side to the park. So guys, follow me. All right, so this is my donut. This is our second studio. This is brand new right here for Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. So this is our Master Series studio. Amy Puzia and Bill Birch, our fearless producers back over here. Colin is our engineer back in this area. Graphics are being handled by Hardeep. Tom is our director back up here on set. We've got our Vision engineer, John. Alfred and Gary are handling our audio. Simon is back over here on camera. We've got Sandy, our floor manager. Fantastic, sort of the counterpart of what's going on with Ali. Let's walk on back. I'm going to meet everybody else up on set broadcast. Come on, guys. All right, we're back in the studio. We are getting ready to move into our next segment. Hello, friends. Thanks, guys, for following us on the tour. I'm going to finish up my donut. We're going to go live to this next segment. Thanks for joining us on the backstage run. That was fun. We'll see you in just a moment.
I just love seeing every single member of that team, and it's just been so great. I mean, obviously, we're here in the studio for the very last time, guys. What are our final thoughts?
I know. Well,
first and last. We haven't been together.
That's only the time that we've been together, the four of us here. I want to kind of make this last little bit here before we sign off about everybody who takes the time and the energy and the effort all around the world to tune in and be with us on the broadcast. We love what we do. It's fantastic, but without all of you out there watching and being a part of it here with us, there's really no reason for us to be out here. So everything that Cisco TV does and the four of us do, it's about you guys. Get to the show. We want to meet you. Yeah, talk.
Absolutely. I mean, I got to say, I've been overwhelmed this whole week. It's been such an amazing time, but totally, we're obviously here to do this for the guys that can't make it in person, and that's why we do this whole thing, record all these sessions, provide all this amazing content. If you do want to continue the conversation, remember you can still hashtag CLEUR, and Zane, what do you want to say as a final word, mate?
Just come here, get yourselves to Amsterdam next year, because it's going to be great. There's no experience like experiencing it in person. Guys, I think that's it. They need to come here in person.
Absolutely. You do have to be here in person to be able to feel it all for yourself, and you've been hearing that throughout the entire week. Everybody who's been coming up here, all of the executives, all of the technical experts, all of our guests who have been here in studio, we don't have to just say it ourselves. They come out and they say, please be a part of it. Be a part of this experience so that we can share it with one another. That's what Cisco Live is all about. Nish, you said it a moment ago. We heard it from Wendy Mars as well. We are a people business first. We're all about the people. This is where you need to be so that you can be a part of this conversation. And again, when you are here, and you are going to be here in Amsterdam 2021, I guarantee you're going to be here if you haven't had a chance to try it yet, you need to come up and talk with us here. You need to get involved with everything that's taking place, and you need to take your own leadership within Cisco, because I think that is a gigantic piece of the puzzle, is encouraging people to take ownership in what it is that we create along with our partners and what it is that we deliver to the world. Right, Nish?
Absolutely. I think, guys, you need to be here. You need to come here and have a lot of fun with us, right? I can't even talk about, this is like the best week of my year so far. I know we're in January.
This is the best week of my life.
We haven't even hit the party yet. I think Zane is going to be causing a lot of problem. I'm glad we're not going to have any live cameras out there at the party and the broadcast. But I know I can count on you. And again, David, as we talked about a couple of moments ago, the shirt, I think it already speaks that you are at the party now. You're not even really here with us in studio, are you?
No, my mind's already in the party. I am in party mode.
And look at the lights, guys. Party mode lights.
Party mode.
Fantastic.
Guys, I want to thank each and every one of you that tuned in throughout the week. It's been so amazing bringing you all the information as much as you can. Thank you so much, and we're looking so forward to seeing you all in Amsterdam in 2021.
Absolutely. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Woohoo!
You have come from all across Europe, Middle East, Africa, Russia, and beyond to be here with us. And we're all here because we believe in technology. We are excited about technology. We believe that it creates opportunities for us for challenges that we didn't even know existed. The internet truly has built our expectations sky high. We see a wonderful world full of possibilities. It's about the business operations, making sure that we think about our processes, our tools, and our systems, and how we run our businesses efficiently. But also, maybe most importantly, it's about our people and the culture that we operate with. We lead the conversation in the world in many different topics. One of the key elements that we talk about is trust and privacy. It's important for all of us. You'll be thinking about how you secure your data, how you transform your infrastructure in order to always be agile and to be ready, and how you empower your teams. We are in a world of continuous change, and technology has been the cause of a lot of that. But actually, technology is the answer. It's back to us, all of us here in this room.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can